Oh yeah, chat. We back on a Wednesday. Hump day. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Wednesday night stream from down here in SEBASTIAN. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope you brought lube because it's gonna be girthy. Got a girthy one for you. Got some more Batman Part 2 casting news, which is pretty friggin' huge in my opinion. Of course, we had the official release of the X-Men Doomsday trailer, and of course, we also got the leaked trailer for the fourth one. Got some Star Wars news, and then to cap it all off this evening, for the pièce de résistance, predictions for this year in the nerdverse. In the year of our CBM 2026. So fill your cup and light your smoke, because it's time to get nerdy. Oh, yes, indeedy, chat. The holidays is over, and we are back at it on Wednesday evenings once again. How's everyone doing? Spicy Dan and Brooke up in here already. What's up, boys? You guys ready to be back at this shit on a hump day? I am. Because there's some stuff to be talking about, that's for damn sure. So how is everybody? Or every time I think I have it set, it decides to be not set. All right, I guess that's just so. It's a little bit better, I guess, maybe. There we go. How about A? How about A? It's a little bit better. It's a work in progress always, chat. It is a work in progress. Always. No. There we go. All right. Anyway, what's going on? How's everyone doing? How's it been the beginning to everyone's week so far? Yes, there's all kinds of fucked up shit going on in the world, but that's why we're here, to not worry about that for a couple, 3 hours or so. That's what we're doing here. We are here to get nerdy and get all the bullshit for a little while. We can go back to reacting to it however we choose to at another point. You like the X-Men trailer for Doomsday? Probably your favorite. I am inclined to agree. I'm definitely inclined to agree. Okay, sorry, this is like all of a sudden just got me. I might need a mic cord extender. Maybe, baby. Maybe, baby. Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with that. I do believe it is the best. And we will be going over that. And how do I know I can? Because Josh did this morning and his stream still exists. Booyah. I know we can safely go over that shizzle. Thank goodness. I'm tired of getting copy struck doing free promo for these motherfuckers, man. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. Liking the Bleach anime a lot. There's a new season. How's in your Blood War arc this year? Ooh, I have heard other anime peoples that I know talk about that shit. Evidently, that's quite a big deal for those who are into the Bleach. That's pretty cool. Speaking of anime, y'all familiar with the animated show on Netflix called Castlevania? Y'all know about Castlevania on Netflix? Familiar with it? You heard of it? Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? While it is not strictly anime, as I was told by another anime head I know, we both agreed that I fucks with that show. That show's fucking sick. I don't know if any of y'all watch Castlevania on Netflix. I blew through the first 2 seasons yesterday. I just, on a whim, total whim, just decided to start watching that show. And it fucking, wow. It got me, man. I fucks with that show big time, dog. I really, really do. I likes it a lot. So, I'm looking for suggestions to actual anime that is very similar to what I get in Castlevania. That's what I'm looking for. I've been told Vox Machina is one that is like that. And I've heard many, many, many good things about Vox Machina. I will be checking that shit out at some point. I gotta figure out where I gotta stream it. I haven't checked on that yet. Mostly because I'm not done with Castlevania and I'm neurotic like that. I tend not to start something new until I'm done with whatever it is I'm already in. That applies more to food than anything else. Like, I refuse to open a new jar of peanut butter if the old one's still open. And it bugs me when that happens. Same with drink. Yeah. I have neuroses. It's just how it is. What up, Delta Dan? What's happening? How you doing today, brother? Doing all right? I'm trying to catch up on some Warhammer vids sometime. I had actually a couple weeks ago, I got on a looting kick when I was out dashing. And they're good videos. I like the content, the lore that he explains and how he explains it is really, really good. The only problem is, Luton, I only have one minor issue with Luton, and that is his narration is kind of hypnotic, and it makes me a little sleepy, which is not good when you're driving. So I had to kind of get off that. Like, I dug the information, but every once in a while I'd be like, fuck, I'm driving. But yeah, and other than that, Luton's dope. The man obviously knows his shizzle. That's for sure. The man obviously knows his shizzle. Hey, Delta Dan, you know about Castlevania on Netflix? You know about that show? I just started watching it yesterday. Watched the first 2 seasons. Yesterday. I fucked with that show. I got oh well. I don't know if you know about that shit, but I like it. I'm gonna watch more of the second season of Castlevania tonight. Yeah, it's pretty cool. You can definitely tell that it's very anime inspired by the way the second season ended. I was gonna talk about it, but since you're about to watch it, I ain't gonna talk about it. Let's just say, how do I want to put this? It wasn't what I expected, but not in a bad way. And it cracks you right in the feelses, especially if you've been through a certain event. Yeah, that's the best way to put it, without giving very much away. Get more specific would be to give it away. I'm just gonna have to leave it there. Just saying, I didn't quite need tissue, but it probably wouldn't hurt to keep it at the ready either. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Might not hurt to have tissue by you when you watch the finale of season 2. I didn't need it, but I was glad it was close by. I'll just say that. Anything fun happening with you guys before we get into all this poo that we got to get into tonight? We got a lot. We have a fair chunk. Yeah. That much, huh, chat? Well, that's right. I'd say probably five. Yeah, half of the chat's probably gaming right now. Hope you guys are kicking some ass on Rivals, by the way. The Dans. I'm speaking to you, Dans, the Delta and the Spicy. Hope you guys are controlling the mission area, keeping the vehicle moving. Generating high kills and low deaths for yourself. All that good stuff. Stranger Things finale, which was all right. All right is one of the more polite things I've heard said about it. I mean, obviously, it has its it has its proponents, and unfortunately for the Duffer Brothers and Netflix, it has quite a few detractors. That finale. Now, as you all know, I haven't watched a frame of that fucking show, so I don't really care. So, like, I got no skin in the Stranger Things game. Um, so it doesn't. Its success or failure doesn't matter to me in the slightest. But I know what a cultural phenomenon it has been and is. Therefore, I know that regardless of how much or little I give a shit about it, many thousands, probably millions of people do give a shit. So when a finale comes off this divisive, one, it piques my interest because what up, Brennan? Myself and all of you, of course, because we all watch mostly the same shit. We've been through our fair share of garbage finales. Looking at you, Marvel on Disney Plus. Well, actually, I'm looking at Disney Plus. Period for Marvel and Star Wars, both. Sticking the landing appears to be becoming a rapidly lost art in Hollywood, just kind of in general, right? Like, Stranger Things, Game of Thrones, Dexter. My God, I hated that fucking finale. Oh, I was so mad at that. Fucking The Sopranos. That ending was controversial as shit too. Haven't seen Castlevania yet, dude. I've watched the first 2 seasons, and I highly recommend it. But I don't know if you caught it when I said it before. You may not need it. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know how empathetic or a sensitive person you are, but just to be on the safe side, when you get to the season 2 finale, have some of these handy. That's why I keep them around mostly right there. My nose. But yeah, it's really good. I will be plowing through the remaining seasons in the next few days or so. Yep. Yeah, no. I enjoy it very much to this point. It's pretty fucking good, in my opinion. How you been, Brennan? You doing all right? Oh yeah. What was that fucking shit called? Conformity Gate. Yes, the alleged hidden ninth episode of the final season of Stranger Things. My God, did that blow up? People were going crazy, and a lot of people that were going crazy about that theory were people that also happened to be highly dissatisfied with the actual finale. Of course, all those people were like, "We knew it. We knew there had to be a reason this finale was fucking ass. We knew there had to be a reason this poopy butt cheeks. There's a secret episode that will redeem it all." Some motherfucker even bet $7 million that episode exists. Yes, it is animated, Brennan. Yeah. I don't know if y'all saw that. Someone bet $7 million that that episode 9 exists. That motherfucker lost $7 million because there ain't no episode 9. And my opinion on that is if you want to just flat out give away $7 million, PayPal's in the link. I'll put that shit to good use. take care of my family, do some investing.
Get some cool nerdy shit.
Yeah. Thought the Stranger finale things was fine, Brennan. That's cool. And like I said, there's a lot of people that thought it was awesome. There's a lot of people that thought it was fine. And then there's also a lot of people that thought it was poopy buttholes. A lot of the and most of the people that like most of my personal Twitter group fall into the camp of it was poopy buttholes. They were not happy with that shit. A couple of them were legit excited at the thought of Conformity Gate being a real thing. And then 8 o'clock tonight came and went. Nothing. 9 o'clock came and went. Nothing. There is no redeeming episode. The finale is what it is. And some dumbass with way too much fucking money just lost $7 million. Actually, let me rephrase that. Way too much fucking money and way too little fucking intelligence. Just lost $7 million on that shit. Yeah. So, Conformity Gate is a big old bust. The finale of Stranger Things is what it is. If you enjoyed it, cool. If you didn't, sucks to be you. I mean, I'm sorry to put it that way, but that's just kind of the case since Conformity Gate is bullshit. Evidently, at least in the opinion of that group, so is the finale. Yeah. So kind of a bummer for a chunk of the Stranger Things fans who were really hoping for that redemption. Ain't getting it. Not happening. Yeah, no, Castlevania is not like anime. It is an animated show done in the style of anime. Not just in terms of animation, but story structure and how they choose to end things. Like I don't watch anime. So as I was working my way through Castlevania, like the way where they chose to end episodes and how they chose to end season 2 was a little jarring. It took me a bit to get used to. That show's version of it, I'm quite used to at this point now. Like it didn't take me long to get used to that show's version of it. Now when I actually get around to watching anime, um, and if any of you know of any actual anime that is quite similar in style to Castlevania, I would love to hear about it. I've been told Vox Machina is one, and I've heard many good things about Vox Machina from many people I know that are into anime. So I will probably be checking that out after I'm done with Castlevania. But yeah, so like, you guys know of any others besides Vox Machina that would be is similar in structure in animation style and you know all that shit to Castlevania? I would love to know. I would love to compile a list. I need new shit. Yeah. Never understood the conformity thing. Um, Basically, it boils down to someone thinking they figured something out and latched onto it because they detested how the Stranger Things finale that they got. They detested that, so they latched onto that, and then word got out about it, and more people who were highly dissatisfied with the Stranger Things finale also latched onto that, and it snowballed from there, as these things can do. Yep. Yeah, that's basically it in a nutshell. someone thought they figured out that there's a ninth episode, and it made them very happy because they didn't like the eighth episode, and on and on. On it went. Viral it went. Spreading and multiplying at a rapid, rapid rate. And in this case, it turned out to be a whole lot of nada. So, that's the name of that tune. You're simple-minded. There's any number of situations where that's actually a really, really good thing. Yeah. Do. All right, chat. Enough about Stranger Things and non-existent episodes and non-existent redemption, non-existent satisfaction, all that kind of fun stuff. Let us move into Doomsday trailers. First, let us luxuriate in the now officially released in HD X-Men based Doomsday trailer. And again, I know I can get away with this one because Josh did. You guys ready? Let us proceed.
Death comes for us all. That's all I know for sure. The question isn't, are you prepared to die? The question is, who will you be when you close your eyes?
Okay. So, first reactions, chat. I know you've all probably seen it a few times, but, just what are your immediate thoughts on this viewing? Let's start there. Because, first things first for me, that narration from Ian McKellen. Bro. First of all, that dude has known how to deliver lines for literal decades. He's like 80 fucking old. Like 86, I think, or some shit like that. And he's about to be Gandalf in the Hunt for Gollum after this. So fucking mad respect for that shit. So yeah, first of all, the way he delivers that line, and it's not even that much, right? There's not even that much dialogue to it, but just the way he drops it, his intonation, the emotion he puts behind it, the gravity he puts behind it. Man. I mean, that on its own is just amazing. And then, like, the visuals, the slow pan through the mansion, the very subdued single note Avengers theme on the piano, and then, of course, that fucking bonerific shot of Cyclops just in 98% comic accurate uniform. They left the yellow undies off. But doing that classic fucking tortured, anger, sad, broken pose, and this with the primal scream and the fucking optic blast. Oh my god, bro! This trailer. They should, as it now appears that there are only going to be four. That's kind of what it's starting to really look like. Is there are only going to be four. They should have saved this one for last. Like they should have alternated. Because first, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the Steve trailer, but people are right. It looks like a prescription drug ad. Enter prescription name here. Could be ED, could be fucking plaque psoriasis, could be IBS. You know, pick your pharmaceutical. But let's face it, the Steve Rogers trailer looked a bit like a pharmaceutical ad. I mean, let's be real. It was cool, but I saw any number of videos where someone converted that into some kind of pharmaceutical ad, right? Okay, so good trailer, not super strong, but good, right? And then we got the Thor trailer with that prayer. And talk about someone who has really come into their own when it comes to their line delivery. Hemsworth fucking killed it in that trailer. Excuse me, killed it in that trailer. And then they gave us this trailer. And then the next trailer, which we'll talk more about after I'm done blazing the ever loving shit out of this trailer, and turns out Snyder was right. We have Wakandans, the Talocan Nation, and one member of the Fantastic Four in it. I mean, they get a line, quick exchange. M'Baku introduces himself to Ben Grimm. M'Baku, King of Wakanda. And then Ben from Yancey Street, between whatever the fuck roads he said. I don't know. And so we'll get back to that. So yeah, if I really think they should have gone like alternated like they did, or alternate. They should have alternated in this manner. Pharmaceutical ad, Steve. Dope ass emotional Thor trailer. Then Wakandans, Talocan, and Ben Grimm, and then finish with this hard hitting motherfucker. Should have done, but they didn't. So we'll see how it goes next week for the official release of the fourth trailer. I'm going to offer, like I said, I'm doing 2026 predictions after we're done with the news. I'm going to go ahead and drop an early one and say that trailer is not going to pop off. That trailer will probably pop off the absolute least of the four. Not how you want to end. Well, let me rephrase, since this won't be the end. Not how you want, not the last thing you want to put out before going on a break for a few weeks. I'll put it that way. But setting that aside, although that probably almost was really the talk of the fourth trailer. I don't know. We'll get into it a little bit more. But we're going to go back to gushing over this motherfucking trailer. And now that we've watched it once all the way through, we're going to do a little breaky down. As shallowly as only I can with my limited knowledge. You ready? Hey, I'm just being honest, man. How it is. All right. Get back. Slow pan through a mansion hallway. We got debris, knocked over lamps. Obviously, some shit has happened.
Death comes for us all.
Like, seriously, fucking first line. Death comes for us all. Now, you can't, I love Ian McKellen. His speaking voice is magnificent. It's like on my list of iconic speaking voices. My personal list. Like the same list that has James Earl Jones, also Patrick Stewart, Patrick Warburton, very singular voice. When you hear him talk, you know it's Warburton. Um, people like that. Yeah, McKellen's quite high up on that list, like, real talk. So, you know, like 5 fucking words in, and it's like, holy shit. You think they all lose their kids to Doom, including Cyclopes? Maybe. I mean, the family thing is, it like they're basically beating us over the head with the fact that family is going to be a driving force in some form or another of this movie. I mean, they pretty much sealed that when they showed that Steve had a baby. They introduced it when they introduced Franklin in the Fantastic Four, but they sealed it with Steve having a baby, and then they capped the seal by reminding us that Thor has a kid. So yeah, there's kids, family, fatherhood, definitely gonna be a thing. Cyclops. Unless they're just gonna randomly be like, oh yeah, by the way, he and Jean had either Cable or Rachel, just randomly out of nowhere. I don't think there's going to be any children for Mr. Cyclops. The only way they could even do that is if Sadie Sink is playing Rachel Summers in Brand New Day. That would be their way into that, but then they'd be killing her off, and like literally everyone is pretty sure she's going to be lasting past Secret Wars, so we're kind of back to Jean Grey with that one, or at least Madeline Pryor. Right? Oh wow. So yeah, I don't think Cyclops is going to be involved in the kids thing. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, I don't know, but in my opinion, the odds are extraordinarily low of him having a kid in this movie. But if they do, it should be Nathan and not Rachel. I mean, they definitely need to reintroduce Cable, not Josh Brolin. They need to recast. But next saga, when they're going hard, mutant hard, they need to reintroduce Cable, because Cable, first of all, just in general, is fucking awesome. Cable's dope. Um, he's just an awesome fucking character, just in general, and he's quite integral to a lot of their time travel centric stories. Yeah, we definitely need to bring some Cable into our lives, and not Xfinity. Still surprised Doomsday stuff has been pushed so hard before Brand New Day. I was initially, but I'm not anymore. I've thought about it, and I have come to the conclusion that the MCU needs a fuck ton more help to get butts in seats than Spider-Man does. Spider-Man is still the biggest superhero on the planet. It does not have. It doesn't really have any of the stink of the rest of the MCU on it, and that's not just because Sony owns the rights. It's just because Spider-Man's fucking Spider-Man, and the MCU has a lot of ground to make up for with after phases 4 and 5. So, to me, it actually makes a ton of sense for them to start pushing Doomsday now, and and letting the general audience know, like, without saying it, they're basically saying, yeah, we know we fucked up. We know we've been fucking up. But here is the dope. Here is a super dope motherfucking reason to come back. Here's the proof that we are back. Behold, Doomsday. Whereas Spider-Man just doesn't really need that kind of help. Um, so here's what I'm thinking. It's looking like we're only getting these 4 trailers, right? So actually, let me get this off black. That looks stupid. Okay, there. That's better. So it looks like we're only getting just these 4 trailers. Again, the Korean rating board make it look like it was 6, but it's this hasn't been confirmed, but is becoming much more widely accepted as time goes on that the applications for trailers, what look to be trailers 5 and 6, were actually applications for new, uh, yeah, excuse me, different versions of the first 4, like new cuts that needed to be re-rated. It's starting to look like what that is. So at some point down the line, we're going to get slightly different cuts of these 4 that we're getting now. It's kind of what that's starting. So it also means that the big full trailer, probably the one Chris Gore talked about, like when news about what could be in the Doomsday trailer, he started talking about it with a lot of doom, a lot of action, yada yada. It's starting to look like that, more of a full length teaser, creeping up on 2 minutes or so. Looking like Super Bowl for that puppy. So I would imagine, because Brand New Day comes out July 30th, 31st, somewhere like pretty much the end of July. So they let Doomsday gets to run things till the Super Bowl and maybe like a week or two after. And this is just my opinion. This is just how this is what I'm thinking. Like, I have no proof. This is just kind of a mixture of what I've seen before, a little bit of logic, a little bit of extrapolation, that kind of thing. So I figure within a week, 2 at the most after the Super Bowl, and this is at the absolute latest, we'll get a Spider-Man. Because the first large marketing salvo for Doomsday will have been fired. I think the Super Bowl trailer is the culmination of this first round. We get these 4 scenes / teasers, small teasers, and then the big one at the Super Bowl. And then I think they're gonna back off of Doomsday for a minute, give Spider-Man his shine, because after that it'll be out in like 5 months, and they still got to get at least 2 trailers out prior to the movie. So that's kind of how I see it going. We get this 4th one officially this weekend in theaters, and then probably next Tuesday, just like these last 3, right? So, and that Tuesday will be that'll be January 13th when we get the 4th teaser officially released online. Super Bowl is February 5th, 6th. I don't have a calendar handy. Actually, I can get one. Give me 2 seconds here. Damn, I'm gonna be so hoarse by the end of this motherfucking stream. Oh well. Okay, yeah. So the Super Bowl is the 8th. So that'll be after the last trailer. Stop it. Is officially released next Tuesday on the 13th. That'll be 2 days shy of 3 weeks till the Super Bowl after that. So, like 19 days? So next Tuesday the 13th, we'll get the trailer 4 officially released. 19 days after that is the Super Bowl, where we will probably get the big full teaser, where if they do it right, we will get dooming all over the place for 2 minutes, and it'll be fucking amazing. And then they'll let that breathe for a week or 2, and then we'll begin the marketing blitz for Spider-Man. Spider-Man will own it for the next couple months, probably. They'll probably sprinkle in some Doomsday shit as well, as Delta Dan said. Getting the 4 teasers, but plenty more trailers before it comes out. I 100% agree. They will be sprinkling them in, but for a fair chunk of time between February and the end of July, between the Super Bowl and the end of July, they're going to have to give Spider-Man a shine, right? They're going to have to be a minimum of 2 trailers, right? They'll be the one that we get first, and then they'll have to do one more. Probably, if they do the Spider-Man one, say 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. That'd be the February 22nd, the week of February 22nd. Say it's that week, right? Although I could see them only waiting like a week. Little, maybe a little Valentine's Day present from Sony. Give us some Holland. Give us some Tom Holland for Valentine's Day. That'd be dope. Probably not though. So figure week of the 23rd for the first Spider-Man trailer. That leaves almost exactly 5 months until Brand New Day actually comes out. So they'll drop for sure one more between then between the end of February and end of July, possibly two. I'm not sure about that because with two more. I mean, yeah, they could do one mid-April and then they could do one like late June. We might get 3 Spider-Man trailers, but we're definitely getting no less than 2. Has to be at least 2. I can very easily see 3. I could easily see 3. I'm not guaranteeing it. It wouldn't surprise me if there were only 2, but I can definitely also see 3. Think we'll get a Brand New Day trailer for the Super Bowl? No. Nope. I think Marvel Studios gets all the gusto until the Super Bowl. And like I said, a week or so after for the hubbub to die down, and then it'll be Spider-Man mostly till the end of July. And then after that's been in the theaters probably a couple weeks, probably mid-August till December, we'll get like big time round 2 marketing salvo. Kind of how I see it. It's what makes the most sense to me anyway. Hey, I don't know. You guys agree, disagree about that part at least? What do you think? You're ready for Spider-Man now, huh, Brennan? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm with you. I was hyped as fuck when Sony sort of, although we're nerds and we read too much into shit all the time. But when Sony kind of sort of seemed to be teasing that we would get a Spider-Man trailer for Christmas, I was like, yeah. And then when we didn't, I was like, fuck you, Sony. You some of my bitches. So yeah, I would love to already have a Spider-Man trailer, but if we didn't get it then we're probably not getting it till after the Super Bowl. Yeah. But yeah, no, I was unthrilled with Sony for dropping that hint and then not following through. Bitches. But yeah, kind of how I'm seeing things go as of right now. I mean, if Sony wants to go ahead and make me look stupid by dropping a Spider-Man trailer unexpectedly early, I'm here for that shit. I'll be happy to be wrong about that motherfucker. Get a glimpse of Punisher in action, Spider-Man branding. Oh yeah, no, that'll totally happen. If the first Spider-Man trailer is anything like the one that got leaked, there's gonna be a bit of Punisher in there. I imagine in subsequent trailers, like I said, definitely 1, possibly 2, we'll get more Frank. For sure. All right. Anything else, or let's get back into this fucking trailer. All right, so we fucking Ian McKellen, bro. Just listen to his delivery. You don't even need the scenery to appreciate his delivery. Just oh my
god. Death comes for us all. That's all I know.
So
that's all I know for sure.
Here's what's interesting. Hold on. Watch the left side of the screen.
Death comes
in this next little scene. Watch the left side. Watch the light.
That's all I know for sure.
God, it's
the question is
more of that light. So the question is, well, other than the one he's about to ask right here, Are you prepared to die? God, his delivery is amazing. So the way the light's moving, obviously something is moving outside the windows and shining through. First reactions I saw were, "Ooh, is that the Fantastic Four ship?" And then subsequently, people were like, "Ooh, that could be a Sentry showing up." Because I mean, we know the Sentries show up. We saw the leaked set footage, right? And then, of course, at the very end of this, that'll be 100% confirmed as well. So, so I would agree that those are the two definite highest possibilities is either the F4 Doom and some of the 616 current version of Avengers is the most polite way I can call them. Rolling up, or it's Sentries rolling up. At this point, I'm inclined to go with Sentries. That's Sentries rolling up with their big old chest spotlights. That's what I think that is. Still never saw the leak. Brand New Day. Yeah, I got lucky. I saw that one. Actually, I think I saw it on its second go round of being out there. Um, I saw the X Men one before. Like I, I got it. I saw it Sunday morning. Like I happened to get up and open up the Twitex literally just in time. I'm like, there it is. And then 20 minutes later, that one was gone. And then a couple more popped up from a couple different accounts, but those didn't last long either. So, and the fourth one didn't last very long either. That leaked yesterday. But yeah, I'm thinking that Sentinel's rolling up.
Are you prepared to die?
God, the way he just delivers that. Like he just the way he chooses to intonate words and how he phrases things is just fucking spot on.
Prepared to die.
Oh no, we need the whole phrase.
The question isn't, are you prepared to die?
Just the way he says die. Are you prepared to die? He puts such weight behind it. Oh my god.
The question is, who will you be when you close your eyes?
Like, tell me I'm wrong about the way that man delivers fucking lines. I dare you to try and tell me I'm wrong about the way that man delivers fucking lines. Holy shit. That dude could make me feel literally anything he wanted to. Like, he could make me cry, he could make me mad, he could make me happy, he could make me laugh, he could make me cringe. He could do whatever. Oh, I did see the one with the line. The one I saw had the line in it. Yep. Okay, so we got Magneto, obviously an old man sweater right here with the frayed cuffs and everything, and then we got Charles in this version of his uniform, which we've seen plenty of times in the comics, and which I dig. And right here, yes, we have old man sweater, possibly bathrobe, whatever, old man garment, but I'm pretty sure this is the Magneto. Like he's going full old man. He's got his regular clothes on, in his case, Magneto uniform, and he's got his old man sweater on over it. And yes, even though this makes him look old as shit, I appreciate the fact that he has long hair, even though that probably makes him look even older and more disheveled. I don't care. I like the fact he has long hair. But what do you guys think? I think this is Magneto uniform with old man sweater on top. Helmet's probably down over here somewhere. What do you guys think? You think this is Magneto? It looks like it. The color's right. What do you guys think? I mean, Xavier in a suit is comic accurate. Like, 3-piece button down. What do you guys think? You think this is Magneto uniform? I think this is Magneto uniform, and he's gonna get up, take that sweater off, and go fuck some shit up. until he runs into Doom. And we do know that he and Doom are having a fight outside the mansion. That's been established for a while. God, I cannot wait to see that on screen. Watching Ian McKellen's stunt double fly around with his face CGI'd on him, just doing all kinds of dope-ass Magneto shit. Like full-on Omega-level mutant Magneto shit. Because let's face it, if he's going to fight Doom, he's going to have to delve deep into the well and go full Omega. Like, he will have no choice. We're talking Dr. motherfucking Doom here, bro. So, yeah, I am very much looking forward to see how they handle that. I have a feeling it's going to be fucking epic. Moving on. And then, of course, like I said, comic accurate suit, except no yellow underwear. Ridiculous optic blast, scream of what appears to be rage and pain. Sentry stalking or Sentinel stalking here. I'm not saying Sentry the whole time. God damn it, chat. You're supposed to fix that shit for me. Sentinel walking here. Explosion happening here. Like, this has got to be what's left of the mansion. So, the big question is, folks, what has got Scott so fucked up? That is the big question. What has got Scott that fucked up? I mean, if they're maintaining Fox continuity, it ain't because Jean, because her ass already dead. Now, they could easily get around that by saying, nope, multiverse. And you know what? I'd be totally fine with that. Although, if you do believe Famke Janssen, and that is how her name is fucking pronounced, by the way, it's not Famke Janssen, it's Famke Janssen. You believe her, she ain't in it. And I'm almost kind of, sort of starting to believe it. Honestly. We'll see, though. They still have additional photography / reshoots coming within the month. Or within a month, probably, I think. Are you talking about in this? Oh, here, I'll show you. Right there's the legs. Oh, whoops. I forgot. Right here's the legs. Watch that side of the screen. You'll see them moving. Kind of moving a lot like Galactus. I feel like they might have used that model for some of those shots, which is fine. I mean, if you got it in the can, fucking use it, right? Yeah, the question is why is Scott losing his shit? The question is no longer why is Thor crying. Now the question is why is Scott screaming and unleashing the at full fucking uninhibited power of his optic blasts. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the question. And the simple answer is somebody fucking dies. If not, a few people fucking die. Sadie can't be Mars and his Gene, that's for sure. Yeah, that'd be some straight up Epstein shit. I'll bring that little bit of the real world into this shit. That would be some straight up Epstein shit. No, thank you. Some people would like to say that applies to Wolverine, but it doesn't, because, like, when you're as old as Wolverine is, everyone is a younger whatever. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, so yeah, again, simple answer, someone's fucking dead. Probably a few someones are fucking dead. My question is who among those few someones is it one person that like that was the straw that broke Scott's proverbial camel's back. Um, was it just like maybe he watched a bunch of people just die in quick succession? Like, yeah, I am 99.9% sure, just based on pure logic, that someone fucking died. I mean, you saw him; he was covered in all kinds of battle debris and mud and charring. I mean, he already looked like he'd been through the fucking ringer, right? So, yeah, I think a whole lot of death happened, and he just loses his damn mind. But regardless, holy shit, that shot! Like, how did the Russos manage to do more justice to Cyclops in that 1.8 second fucking shot of him screaming and unleashing the blast than Fox did in 3 movies? How the fuck did they pull that off? I ain't mad about it. Trust me, I'm fucking thrilled. But like, how? How did they do that character more justice in that quick scene? Quick scene than Fox managed to do in 3 movies. It's crazy. I mean, 6 if you want to count the First Class timeline as, excuse me, as well. A lot died and will die this movie. Oh, this movie, they're going to be killing all kinds of motherfuckers in this movie. Now, they won't all be, and I'm not talking about just like the implied billions and trillions in the incursions. There's going to be a lot of familiar faces. It'll probably be a lot of variants of familiar faces. Yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of familiar faces die a few times, I would imagine. Can't wait to see how Doctor Doom does utilize Sentry the Void. There are rumors, and I am of the opinion that I'm of the opinion that this particular set of rumors about Sentry makes sense. He is going to not fully replace, but at least somewhat fulfill the role that the Molecule helped. He will help to fulfill the role that the Molecule Man played in the Hickman Secret Wars run, where he's basically going to be a power battery for Doom, like the Void will be. That's what I think. I think multiple people are going to fulfill the role of the Molecule Man. I think it's going to be a combination play. Sentry / the Void, Franklin, Loki, maybe Wanda. Still an outside chance for Wanda. Yeah, I think they're utilizing multiple characters to fulfill the role that the Molecule Man, Owen Reese, played in the Hickman Avengers New Avengers Time Runs Out Secret Wars. thought that's why Doom needed Wanda. Well, he needs her and a few others. Like the Molecule Man, basically, he was a power battery. Like, okay, so in the Hickman run, see what had happened was, as a result of a whole bunch of events, Doom. Quick summary: Doom finds out that that Owen Reese, the Molecule Man, unlike other variants, is essentially like the same in every universe. Like the way each version of Owen Reese is different from the other, unlike the rest of the multiverse, where there can be some vast divergence between, say, this version of me and a version of Chillin in another universe, could be like way fucking different. Not the case with Owen Reese. Owen Reese's only differed from each other in like very minute details. but they all essentially got their powers the same way. And it turns out that as they were known for most of the run, the Ivory Kings, later to be found out, excuse me, to be the Beyonders. Um, we are informed that the Beyonders put an Owen Reese in each universe to act as a failsafe. So, because the Beyonders created the multiverse, omniverse, whatever you want to fucking call it. They consider it to be their experiment, right? So they created Owen Reese and stuck an Owen Reese into each universe in the multiverse to act as a failsafe. So in case they ever decided to end their experiment, they would just detonate Owen Reese, and each Owen Reese would destroy the universe that he inhabited, and poof, no more multiverse. That was the Beyonders' plan. Owen helped Doom figure that out. So Doom started off under the guise of Rabomalal, the destroyer of worlds, was out there killing Owen Reeses and destroying universes until he got the brilliant idea to start collecting Owen Reeses in a way to try and find the user power for his own. And he ended up using them, using Owen Reese against the Beyonders. He took his big pile of Owen Reeses and blew them up in the fucking Beyonders' faces, killed them all. And then the Owen Reese that had been his buddy for a while, he'd always had an Owen Reese as a sidekick this whole time. That Owen Reese, because he's the Molecule Man, was able to absorb all the Beyonders' power, and he was basically Doom's power battery. Like, Doom could hold some of the Beyonders' power, like, within himself, but, like, the total power of the Beyonders would have annihilated him, so, but not Owen Reese. So he used Owen Reese as a battery, as an energy supply, and I'm thinking multiple characters are going to fulfill that role in Doom. Yeah. Hope that was succinct enough. All right. So, yeah, that's the deal with the Owen Reese and how I think they're going to utilize Sentry among other characters, including Wanda if she is in it, Franklin who definitely is in it, Loki who's definitely in it, Sentry who's definitely in it. Yeah. Any hoodles. That X-Men trailer is amazing, and then we get the next one, which so I retweeted real quick some observations about the leaked trailer while it still wasn't sniped. I wonder. Okay. All right. I found some. All right. So. Okay. Cool. So. Okay. Cool. All right. That one. Go back over here. Okay. So. Here's what happens in the trailer. All right. So they're first shown Shuri and M'Baku, and maybe one other Wakandan, I can't remember for sure, walking through what appears to be a desert. Keep that in mind. Okay? And as they're walking, Shuri says the following. I've lost everyone. Wow, I almost got super disrespectful and tried the accent. I've lost everyone that matters to me. The king has his duties. By the way, M'Baku's king. I don't know if y'all know that or remembered that from the end of Wakanda Forever, but M'Baku is king of Wakanda. Shuri is not queen. She's just a Black Panther. So, I've lost everyone that matters to me. The king has his duties to prepare our people for the aftermath. I have mine. So we hear Letitia Wright say that as her and M'Baku. Oh, here's an image of that. This is a still from that. As you can see, they have slightly different armor than what they used to have. It's kind of the same, kind of not. Like someone redid the colors because that is not what it looks like. Anyway, so this is what they look like. This is the terrain. This is what the terrain looks like here. Okay. So they're walking while she says that. And then we get a couple shots. Okay, here's some images. We'll go with this one. Okay. All right, so we saw a little bit of Shuri. This is what Namor looks like now. In this is from the teaser. Observe desert. Him looking confused as fuck. A little bit of an outfit change. And then here's where M'Baku. Yeah, looks like they're coming from her. Looks like these two are coming from a ship of some kind or going towards one. I'm not sure. So this is where they run into Ben Grimm. Again, everyone is in this same desert-looking shit. This is where they run into each other. Or M'Baku introduces himself, and let's see what's the line there. Yeah. So when they meet face to face, M'Baku says, "King M'Baku of Wakanda," and of course the thing called Ben Yancey Street between Broome and Grand, and that's the trailer. Bunch of people stuck in a desert, or what appears to be a desert. The question is that actually a desert, like a terrestrial desert, or is that the void? That's the question. That's literally the biggest question from this trailer is, where the fuck is this happening? Are they in an African desert outside of Wakanda? Very possibly. Or could they all be meeting on the Void? Also possibly. There's an AI version that you can link me. You like, for the trailer, like one of those bootleg AI versions that won't get copy struck? Or that I can at least pause in strategic spots? Yes, please. Please hit me up with that, Delta Dan. Let me know where you sent it. You don't think it's the Void? Why not? I'm curious. Like, I'm not asking you to shit on you. I'm curious as to. I want to know your thoughts. Yeah, Delta Dan, you the man. Actually, Brennan, while you're thinking about how you want to explain why you don't think it's the Void, and Dan, while you're linking that to me, I'm going to take a quick pee-pee. And at the last second, remember to turn up the music. Oops. You put in general? Sick. What are you doing on that, man? It's been sniped. Delta Dan, it's been sniped. What up, Travis? Oh, you think it's where the battle was with Namor? That's entirely possible. Yep, that is entirely possible. Yeah, very well could be. That could very well be the case. That makes a shit ton of sense. What's muted? I'm not muted. You're muted. What up, Griff? Oh, yeah, you got a new, that's a new @ actually has your name in it. Last one I saw still said average, whatever the hell that was. Well, see, here's my thing though. Why in the hell would the now known Talican people voluntarily be hanging out outside of water? Doesn't look like they're fighting anybody. And why does Namor look so confused in that image? Namor looked confused as fuck in that image. Like, why the hell am I and my people all up in this dry, dusty motherfucker? That's what it looked like. But then again, you know. But yeah, that's not a lot to that trailer. You know, they should have put that one third and saved this X-Men one for last. Yeah, the one I had got sniped too. Give me just a second. Yeah, that one gone. Void does not seem as clean as this scene. Well, in order to verify or deny that, I'm going to have to rewatch Deadpool and Wolverine. But I do seem to recall some very empty spaces. So that's an even better look at the Void than Loki is. Honestly, Deadpool and Wolverine. We'll see. Like, to me, it could be either, and either I can make a pretty good case for either one, whether it's the Void or the African Desert on say 616 or whatever. Yeah, I think a strong case can be made for both, so we'll see. Excuse me. We'll see how it all works out. I'm definitely curious as to which one it actually is. That's for sure. That's for damn sure. Any further thoughts on either trailer, the officially released one or the leaked one? I called yesterday two for Tuesday with trailers. 2 Trailer Tuesday was yesterday. One official, one not so much. Found it. All right. Oh, it popped right back up. Go ahead and drop that bitch in general. I'm not that worried about the audio. Oh, you put it in chat. Even better. All right, cool. Let's do that shit then. Hold on. Let me pause Mr. Music. Shut the fuck up.
A luscious ribeye steak with a signature blend of herbs and spices. I've lost.
All right, we are going to watch this chat. I've heard others say you think it's not the Void Batalican. Oh, you mean like some catastrophe happened and they were forced to land for whatever reason? Also a definite possibility. Okay, chat, we are going to try this. We are going to go extremely slow. But I will say this looks accurate so far.
I've lost everyone.
Okay, that is definitely not Letitia Wright, and that is not how that's delivered. Or just let's just get that right off the offset. That chick sounds British.
I've lost everyone that matters to me.
Yeah, Letitia Wright is not sounding British ever in any MCU movie. So definitely AI voice dub. She actually says it with much. She actually delivers it in a pretty good way in the in the trailer. Just so you guys know. I mean, obviously, no Hemsworth, not close to what Hemsworth did. Yeah, you did say it was different. You did. You definitely did. So I mean, even if this was Letitia Wright speaking, well, she has good delivery. It's still nowhere close to the level of Hemsworth, and definitely not the level of McKellen. Okay, so we got a quick shot of Namora in her mask, garb there. And tell me she doesn't look freaked the fuck out. Okay, this is interesting. I didn't remember this shot. I'm not sure what's going on here. What is this castle? Where is this forest? Who are these people? I don't think these are Talican. What is this?
The king has his duties.
Are those who the fuck are those people? Anyone recognize this fucking headdress? This helmet? Anyone help me with that one? I'm a little lost on this one. This is still pretty cool. Okay, there's Namor looking like, what the fuck?
To prepare our people.
And I like the new outfit. He got rid of some of his drip here. His big old earpiece things are gone that he used to have. Those big old turquoise hogs. I actually kind of liked those.
For the afterlife.
Looks like he was giving orders to somebody. Oh, they changed the colors. This is not the original armor coloration either. Okay. I see how they're getting away with this shit. This is not the colors that are in the actual trailer, just so y'all know. Other than that, accurate.
I have mine.
They changed the faces up a bit there too. I see what they're doing. But it does not, in the actual trailer, he does not have the earpieces either. The accoutrement.
Of Wakanda.
We're just giving it a minute. We're going to let it chill. But don't be surprised if this video drops. Don't be surprised if you can't watch this bitch, for the next couple days, because I might get a copy strike and have to have YouTube go through and delete it and leave nice chunks of black nothingness in the middle of my stream. It'll be great.
Then, I use the street between Broome and Browns.
Okay, this was not. Oh, 208? That's why. Okay, so this part is pure fabrication.
The leaks for Avengers do.
Oh, it's a whole thing. Okay. So, it's the regular one's a full minute. That was only about 30 seconds, but that's I would call that a decent representation of what it actually is. It's close. It's close enough for us to get the gist of what we're getting here. I'll just put it that way. But yeah, just even from that, what do you guys think? Should have done that one third and X-Men fourth? Yeah, takeover is happening. Oh, 100%. Could be the whatever fortress they're looking at was not there before. Yeah, totally. Like changing the landscape, literally putting his fortress in someone else's kingdom. I mean, he's definitely more than capable of that. I just don't know why he would. He likes his shit in Latveria. He's a homebody, really. If you think about it, Doom is a homebody. Right up until whatever he needs to get done forces him to not be. But he's a fucking homebody. He likes being in his castle in Doomstadt, taking care of the Latvians, while also simultaneously trying to find ways to achieve complete and total power and dominance. Gives him something to think about while he's being a homebody. Right? sure there's method to the Marvel Madness. Oh, there's always a method to the Marvel Madness. Just sometimes I disagree with their method. That's all. Think about how short credit scenes will be with AI. Right? Yeah, no kidding. Fucking end credits are going to be a hell of a lot shorter. VFX by one studio. And with 3 names under it. That whole section is now done. They'll still have to credit all the crew, the gaffers and, all the people, the caterers and all that shit. But yeah, when it comes to the VFX, it'll be one company with like 3 names. Done. Like, that's fucking facts. You're right. You're dead ass on that one, Delta Dan. I can totally see that happen. All right. While we're talking of leaks, there's a little bit of news that could result in leaks. The Portuguese brand Piticas has revealed that they will be doing Spider-Man Brand New Day merch and that it's coming soon. Chat, how many times have merch companies in whatever form, clothing, toys, what have you, how many times have merch companies spoiled shit lately? Executive Judge. Hot take about the X-Men trailer. I felt nothing with it. Be gone from my presence. Just kidding. But really? Thor trailer's better than that one to you? I mean, okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fucking Thor trailer was great, but I don't know. There's just something about Ian McKellen and the way he delivers lines that just like fucking. I'm just like, oh my god. And then the 1.8 seconds of Cyclops. Have you seen the Beggar's Canyon short that they what? I know not of what you speak. Yeah, no. Thor trailer was good. Hemsworth fucking delivered in that shit too. 100%. Right. Yeah. Brand new day merch allegedly coming soon, chat. And with that, potentially. That's literally all that there was for that. I just wanted to be like, hey, look. Brand new day merch coming soon. Which in and of itself, good news. But yeah, merch companies as of late have been tending to spoil some shit. Lego, Hot Toys, I think, did that, or one of those companies that makes that shit spoiled something as well. Or trailer brought more emotion. Well, I mean, it had a lot more dialogue to do that with. I will say that. That is true. That is true. There's a lot more dialogue to work with. I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that I'm an Ian McKellen stan. I fucking love that dude, and I love the way he talks, and I love the way he delivers lines. Like that, the way he had like 4 sentences, and that was enough for this guy. It was just like, God damn, dude, what the fuck? What that man can do with 4 fucking sentences. Okay, so it's Brazilian, but they speak Portuguese. All I know is they don't want Shathra merch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Shathra thing was a complete fabricated bullshit by Marvel / Sony to throw off leakers and scoopers and along with them, the fans that pay attention. Like, Marvel has been engaging in a massive disinformation campaign for a couple of years now. If you think about it. Like, they had Alex Perez going about a fucking Wanda versus Jean fight in Deadpool and Wolverine. That turned out to be complete crap. That's not Alex's fault. He got fucking lied to by other people that got lied to. right? Sorry, I got distracted. Shock. Okay. Busy going through the Defender shows, rewatching in Daredevil's case. Okay, yeah, nice. Fox blessed with two great Magneto and Professor X's. You know, I 100% agree with that. For me, just this guy right here. I hold McKellen and Fassbender in equal regard, but I hold Stewart superior to Maxwell. Kevin, what's happening? Super Bowl trailers prediction: Super Mario Galaxy, Devil Wears Prada, Mando and Grogu, Toy Story 5, Supergirl, Moana, Minions 3, Spider-Man, Brand New Day, The Odyssey. I agree with almost all of that list, except you need to ixnay Spider-Man and put in Doomsday. Other than that, it's pretty accurate. Yeah. No Spider-Man. Yes, Doom. MC and Star Wars going to say big announcements for this year, D23. It's entirely possible, especially for Star Wars. If Doom took Franklin, he may have also taken T'Challa's kid too. Oh, there's a thought, which would make sense for the Four to ally with Wakanda. Yeah. Although, here's the thing. Taking Franklin isn't... He wouldn't be taking Franklin just to take Franklin. He's taking Franklin because Franklin is the power cosmic. I mean, let's be real. He may just be out there kidnapping kids, but A, that would be lame. And B, again, taking Franklin makes sense because Franklin has the power cosmic. Toussaint has nothing. He has literally nothing to offer Doom. Which is the only weakness, or which is why I highly doubt that it's about just the kids. It's about the kids who are attached to people with real power. And while Shuri is a Black Panther and Toussaint's aunt, in terms of the kind of power that Doom needs, she ain't shit. So, yeah. Now, I say that to say this. He could still be taking Steve's kid, but that's because he holds Steve at least partially responsible for incursions. Which is another thing that neither Toussaint nor Shuri offer. Like there's literally no reason for Doom to take Toussaint. Like zero. Also between Saber, New Avengers, Sam's Avengers, some groups not in agreement. They all see the ship entering the atmosphere and may disagree. It's safe landing on possible inciting incident is arguing whether or not ship should be destroyed. It gets blown up to save them, but also maybe. I think Gunn is going to come to this year's Comic-Con. Maybe. I don't know. Like, I think SDCC is starting to lose its luster for Hollywood. I hope I'm wrong because I fucking love that part of SDCC. I love Hall H. I love the shit that comes out of it. But yeah. We'll get some more announcements on DCU Batman from James Gunn at Comic-Con. Yeah, that ain't happening. I think Coogler will stay working with Warner Brothers if Netflix acquires Warner Brothers. That's a good question. I have no fucking clue. It depends on what. I would say it depends purely upon whatever kind of deal he can work out with them. If they won't meet his terms, he'll probably go to. Well, he could come back to Disney. He could go to Paramount, although I don't know that he'd be very happy there. He could go to Universal. Universal might be a good fit for him. Yeah, his options are pretty limited. Or he could, just hook up with A24 and start rolling out dope independent movies. That could happen. Yep. Just for Supergirl? Well, depending on where Comic-Con lands next year, he could use it to, and actually, in this case, now that I'm thinking about it, probably should. He probably should go to Hall H and really start trying to generate hype for Man of Tomorrow. Well, and because Comic-Con happens about a month after Supergirl comes out anyway. So, yeah, you wouldn't be going there for her. Well, about 3 weeks after Supergirl comes out. But yeah, he's gonna need to start doing something to hype up Man of Tomorrow, because running his marketing just on Corn Sweat Holt and some dude like 98% of people have never fucking heard of playing Brainiac. You got a lot of heavy lifting to do to get people hyped about that shit. And when I say people, I mean everyone that's not a gun glazer or a DC. Everyone else. He's got a lot of work to do to get hype going for that movie. Now, one thing that could help, though, while I'm thinking of these things, and this is one of the things that I forgot about that I wanted to bring up on Saturday, that you heard me, if you recall, I was bitching about something I couldn't remember that I wanted to talk about towards the end of the stream. According to Mr. John Roca, one of his sources told him that Man of Tomorrow is actively contacting all the young hot actresses in Hollywood for a role in Man of Tomorrow. Obviously, it's not Lois Lane. There's any number of characters it could be, but this particular source said they were pretty sure they were looking to introduce Wonder Woman in Man of Tomorrow. Again, this is just one source from John Roca, who is not a scooper. Although, you did have that one source that got fucking Hulk and Spider-Man right months before that came out officially. Months and months and months. I don't know if that source is a different source than his DC source. Probably, because the one was Marvel or Sony. So I doubt it would be the same person. So I don't know if that's this source for the Wonder Woman thing is as good as his Marvel sources that gave him the Hulk thing. So whip out an old school 1980s cube of softener salt to take with that rumor. But yeah, supposedly, allegedly, DC is running the gamut of hot young Hollywood actresses to cast them in Man of Tomorrow. And it's probably for the DCU Wonder Woman. DC Trinity sooner rather than later? Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like basics. When you're building something, you build it off the strongest foundation possible. And the strongest foundation in DC is the motherfucking Trinity. So if you want to build your fucking shared universe, you better build it on the fucking Trinity and get them on screen. ASAP. Yeah. So, I need to invest quite a bit in making Supergirl popular for normies too. Yep, that is true. All right. We will get back to DC. But first, chat, straddle up. We're going to talk about Star Wars. One specific story. We'll come back to it, obviously, in my 2026 predictions. But this came out yesterday. Matt Bellany from Puck News dropped an article in which he stated that when Kathleen Kennedy does actually leave Lucasfilm, which he alleges will be within weeks, that she will be replaced by a duo, DC style, consisting of Dave Filoni, no surprise. But it will not be, oh God, what's that other chick's name? I literally had it till just now. Carrie Beck. It will not be Carrie Beck, as originally posited. It's going to be Lucasfilm business president Lin-Wen Brennan. So it's going to be not Beck and Filoni, but it's going to be Brennan and Filoni. And the deal is, they will be co-presidents, a la Safran and Gunn, and they will be basically doing the exact same roles, where Brennan will be the Safran role, and Filoni will have the Gunn role. And he will have total creative development and management over all of Lucasfilm. Not just Star Wars, all of Lucasfilm. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking two things. That's a solid last name. Yeah. I know what you're thinking, chat. You're thinking two things. One, we've heard this shit from Bellany before. Yes, we have. He reported on this last year. And then within a day or two at the most, Kathleen Kennedy came out after doing an interview with who I can only imagine is Lucasfilm's biggest salad tosser at, what was it, Deadline or Variety? Anyway, y'all remember that article that came out in response to that where, she's like, I'm going to make movies till I die. And yes, I am leaving eventually, yada, yada. And then so she proceeded to delay her departure. Basically just to be spiteful and make Bellany look stupid. And that could happen again. She could get her panties all up in a bunch and get all pissed off and butt hurt and be like, God damn it, and call that same stupid ass salad toss her up and be like, all right, we got to do this shit again. And, put out how, yes, I'm leaving, but not till I'm ready. That could happen again. But here's the key. A lot of people be like, well, look, she ended up staying. Bellany was wrong before. No, Bellany was not wrong. Kathy got pissed and changed the fucking game. That's what happened. Bellany's not wrong this time. He may end up being, Kathleen may end up countermanding it, his timeline again. But even if she countermands the timeline, you could still be dead on about who will be taking over for her whenever the fuck she gets her old wrinkly ass out of there. And it's basically the same setup, just the business side co-president is different than what everyone seemed to have thought it was going to be. It's Lin-Manuel Brennan's to Carrie Beck, but it's, again, basically Saffron and Gunn. Ms. Brennan will be handling the day-to-day business contracts and all that bullshit that, let's face it, Dave is completely not qualified to do. He's a creative. He's always only been a creative. His executiving skills are very secondary to his creative skills, right? He's going to have all he can do, like being in charge of all creative. And here's where we come to the second thing I know you're thinking. But chillin', he was already CCO, Chief Creative Officer. He's been that for a year or two now. How is this any different? He already has creative control. Yes. As much as Kathleen Kennedy lets him have. As CCO, he still has to answer to the studio president. In this case, he will be the studio co-president, which means he will literally have all creative control. Right now, he has all the creative control that Kathleen lets him have. There's a difference. That Kathleen lets him have part goes bye-bye with Kathleen when he becomes co-president. Now, Ms. Brennan will have some say because as the person who handles the day-to-day business and the contracts, she's probably also going to be in charge of the accounts, the production budgets. So he may want to do some shit, and she might be like, okay, you can probably do that, but you need to cut like 30% off this production budget in order to do so. Or some shit like that. Right? But in terms of what gets greenlit to get, to go into production, she ain't going to have shit to do with that. Outside of, this is going to cost too much, try again. But as for, like, what's going to be in it in terms of, like, story or, vision or whatever, she ain't going to have nothing to do with that. That's going to be all Dave. In this scenario. Just like what's happening over at DC with Saffron and Gunn. Gunn doesn't mess with the day-to-day shit. He doesn't worry about contracts or, marketing budgets or any of that shit, or at least not very much when it comes to the budget. Saffron handles all of that stuff. Gunn's just there to make fucking movies and shows. Basically. Under his overall vision. That's his job as co-president. He really needs to get the fuck out of PR. Because he's absolutely horrible at PR. Absolutely horrible. But, yeah, so that's basically what we're looking at. And, again, not the first time we talked about it. We just, thought it was going to be Beck and not Brennan. But, yeah. But apparently that is the plan. It'll be Brennan and Filoni once KK finally has the decency to get the fuck out. How do you guys feel about that? I mean, obviously, and by the way, I still remember my promise. When Kathleen officially walks out the door, when it is official that she gone, I will pull up that song. And you will go from this screen, and my ass will be bouncing. As I promised. I will be twerking to She Gone. when it actually happens that she gone. I haven't forgotten. It's gonna happen whether you fucking like it or not. Yep, that is the plan. That's the succession plan for whenever the hell she leaves. Now, he intimated that it'd be within the next few weeks, few weeks. That's the part that Kathy may make him look wrong on by changing her fucking plans yet again to be spiteful bitch. But I firmly believe he was accurate the last time he reported this. I firmly believe he's accurate this time. It's just a matter of, will KK get all butthurt and go do another fucking interview? That's the only real question. So, what do you guys think? A, do you think she'll pull her butthurt routine and delay her departure yet again in an attempt to make Belloni look stupid? Belloni look stupid? Or do you think, this will end up being the case? And also, how do you feel about Dave having true, full creative control of not just Star Wars, but all of Lucasfilm? Because Lucasfilm is basically Star Wars, but it's also Indiana Jones. And other things. Mostly just those two, but yeah. Oh, and there's also, he'll probably have some say in what stories go into the video games, I would imagine. That kind of thing. So, yeah. How do you guys feel about Filoni having actual, real, total, and complete creative control? And do you think KK really going to be gone within the next few weeks, or at a minimum this year? What say you? How do you feel about the new two-headed presidential monster that will soon-ish be taking over Lucasfilm? Oh, here's one. This one's better. This is a better synopsis. Dave Filoni and Lin-Wen Brennan will reportedly replace Kathleen Kennedy as the new co-president of Lucasfilm. Brennan is getting promoted from general manager and will oversee executive duties, while Filoni will lead all creative development. There you go. And that's why they write articles and I yap into a microphone, because they can be succinct, and I'm a yapper. Just keeping it a buck. We'll grab a pop real quick. What do you guys think? You haven't typed nothing in the chat. Type shit in the chat. And also, if you haven't hit any of the buttons yet, hit the fucking buttons, please. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. Do it. Cautiously optimistic. Feeling good, Lewis. All right, cool. Cool. I mean, I like it on paper. My only real concern about Dave having full creative control is how much does he like or even love of what Kathy was doing that he's going to want that he could want to hang on to? That's the question. Like, we know he lauded her publicly way more than any one of us would have liked for him to have done. Excuse me. Yeah, my sister made me these. Aren't they cute? Yeah, that's the biggest concern. It's like, yeah, he lauded her a lot, but I mean, we're all smart enough to know that what's said in public about thine coworkers, especially in Hollywood, is not necessarily always reflect uh, what's really going on behind the scenes, right? So I would say the chances are likely that he probably disliked a vast majority of what Kathy was doing, but probably was down with some stuff. The question is, what stuff and how, and to what point is he willing to continue it? I think those are the biggest questions. And the answers to those questions will not come for quite some time. Didn't Filoni greenlight Acolyte though? Hell no, that was all Kathleen. Like Leslie Headland literally said in an interview that when she pitched the Acolyte to the people that one pitches these things to, Kennedy was the only one in the room that liked it. Like, literally everyone else at the table was looking at her like, what the fuck are you thinking? And Kathleen's like, I love it. And then she greenlit it. Yeah. No, Filoni came in and did a little bit of a hack job on it. Some of Acolyte's problems, not many, but a few of Acolyte's problems probably are due to him meddling in it because Leslie was going way too out of pocket. You know what I mean? I'm sure he had a little bit to do with it, but yeah, that was definitely a KK thing. 100%. Okay. All right, chat. One more story, and then it's prediction time. Prediction? Yes, what's your prediction? Pain. Y'all know what movie that's fucking from? Power of One, Power of Two, Power of Kathy. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that about sums it up, though. What if KK stays on as a consultant? I mean, that's the cool thing about being a consultant or the cool thing about her staying on as a consultant is, she's just there to offer advice. That's all a consultant's there for. She will have no real power. Dave will then outrank her. Like, she can be like, oh, hey, here, you've consulted me. This is what I think. And Dave can go, okay, cool, thanks. Now fuck off. Yeah, her staying on a consultant, okay, fine. That'll be annoying that she's still going to be there wandering around, peering into things and trying to mess with stuff. But if she's only a consultant, the bottom line is anything she tries to do that Dave doesn't like, you can be like, thank you, stop it. And she has to. Yep. Yeah, that's the cool thing. Even if she stays on as like an executive producer, like she talked about in that article, she'll be an executive producer, but Filoni will still be the studio co-president, and she will not. So she can try and do shit even as an EP, and Filoni can still walk by, peek in, and be like, "What the fuck is this?" No, and then she can't. That's the joy of him having the big P. Dave Filoni, co-president of Lucasfilm. Yep. Basically, they'll flip roles. Even if she stays on as an EP, it would be a role reversal. She would then answer to him. Yeah, when Filoni's co-president, the only people he will be answering to currently, as the hierarchy in Disney stands now, would be Alan Bergman and Bob Iger. Maybe one other person in a department I'm not thinking of. But basically, it's Bergman and Iger is who he'd be answering to directly. Yep. All right. Last story, and then it's time for some predictions. By the way, does anyone know what the fuck I was referencing there with that? Prediction? Yes, prediction. Pain. Nobody? I'll let y'all cogitate on that a little while longer. Maybe even long enough to where I forget I did that shit. And then you never even have to try and answer. How about that? How about that? Finkel is Einhorn? Exactly. Say hello to Mr. Winky! That shit's hilarious. Rocky 3. Bingo! Bam. Exactly. Mr. T as Clubber Lang. Yep. That is correct, Brennan, sir. Well done. Well done. All right. Last story, chat. So, we're going to travel back in time. 5 days. To last Friday. Rocky 3 is a classic, but Rocky 4 is probably always your favorite. Well, that was the first one I saw. Is Rocky 4. I had to go back and watch the other ones as I got older. Rocky 4 is the first one I saw. And I love that movie. I don't think it's the best one by any stretch. But I love that movie. It'll always hold a special place in my heart as, you know, the one that broke my Rocky cherry, as it were. But yeah, it's definitely not the best. It's also not the worst. I mean, I like them all. Don't get me wrong. I am a fan of the Rocky franchise. I'm a fan of the Rambo franchise. I like all of them. To a greater or lesser extent. Saw Rocky 2 in the drive-in. Nice. Nice. Adrian! Adrian! Yeah. All right. Last story, chat. Then it's prediction time. So we're going to travel back to Friday, January 2nd, when Jeff Snyder, y'all know about Jeff Snyder. We've talked about him enough. Posted this just randomly on Twitter, and I happened to catch it. This panel of Harvey Two-Face Dent just saying hello, and then Snyder says, "Well, hello to you too." Typical cryptic scooper bullshit, right? But obviously, still significant. Snyder's hinting, at a minimum, that can be taken as a hint that we're getting Two-Face in the Batman Part 2. Okay? So that was last Friday. And then yesterday, we get the news that Sebastian Stan is reportedly in talks for a role in the Batman Part 2. That news drops. So we go back to Jeff Snyder, who relays the same news. Breaking, Sebastian Stan joins Batman Part 2. But he does a quote tweeting the one from the second involving Two-Face. Basically saying that the role Sebastian Stan is going to be playing in the Batman Part 2 is that of one Harvey Dent, a.k.a. Two-Face. Now, here's the thing. Depending on what part of the story they're going to be adapting, and I'd have to verify this because I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Well, first of all, this gives us Sebastian Stan as Harvey Dent and ScarJo as his wife, Gilda Dent. How fun that that's two of the more popular MCU actors now going to play over at DC, not for Gunn, but for Reeves. Which is kind of a statement in and of itself. Gunn's DC, but, we don't have to spend a whole lot of time there. But also, Reeves is eating Gunn's lunch. Let's just be real. Okay. So we have Sebastian Stan, Harvey Dent, Scarlett Johansson, Gilda Dent, potentially adapting the Long Halloween story, where Gilda actually ends up being a serial killer. And we went over all the reasons why she's probably Gilda Dent back when that news first broke. You can refer back to that stream. It's the one with the thumbnail showing ScarJo and the words "holy shit" on it. You can refer back to that for all the finer details that I cannot recall right now. But here's the thing, and I'm not sure about this. I don't know if Harvey is ever Two-Face at any point in the Long Halloween. Actually, you know what? Find that out right now. I really need to fix it. I need to fix everything. Oh. Okay. Damn, that was a 13-issue run. And I'm reading. Bear with me here, chat. Okay, interesting. All right, so I was just reading a real quick summary of Long Halloween. So basically, Long Halloween is set in the comics fairly early in Batman's career, as Robert Pattinson's The Batman is. And in that story, two major things happen. One, we find out that Gilda Dent is a serial killer known as Holiday. And towards the end of the story, on actual Halloween, Harvey Dent becomes Two-Face. I mean, there's a whole lot of other crap that goes in there, but I'm mostly only concerned about the Dents, as it were, Harvey and Gilda. And in that story, Gilda is a serial killer of killers, of mobsters. Both the members of both the Falcone and Maroni families she be killing. And then on Halloween of that year, or whatever, on a Halloween, sometime in that storyline, Harvey becomes Two-Face as well. So, if all of this is true, ScarJo is Gilda because her role has technically not been officially revealed. Sebastian Stan technically hasn't been officially signed yet. And his role definitely hasn't been officially revealed. Okay? So, we're doing our usual nerdy assumption thing. Wasn't Dark Knight a Long Halloween adaptation? No. It was not. Maybe elements of it, but no, not really. Where was I? Right. So, depending on how faithfully Reeves adapts The Long Halloween, again, assuming that is even what's happening, mind you, that is still, that's still in that. Them being the Dents and the Long Halloween being adapted is still technically in the rumor department. Nothing's been officially announced in any way, shape, or form on any of that shit yet. But we don't care because we like to speculate about rumors here and come up with scenarios based on the fact, based on the idea that those rumors are indeed fact. That's how we have our fun. So that's what we're going to do. So the question then remains: how faithfully are they adapting the Long Halloween? If they are, how faithfully are they going to adapt it? And if they are reasonably faithful in adapting it, Harvey is going to spend most of the movie looking normal. Sebastian Stan is not going to have a fucked up face for most of the movie. And ScarJo is going to be out killing monsters. And he won't become Two-Face till probably almost the end of the movie, depending on how faithfully they adapt that particular story. But again, that's all speculative and rumor based. Main thing is first of all, how do you guys like? Well, first of all, how surprising do you find this news? Because I was like, what? First ScarJo and now Sebastian Stan. Like, first of all, how surprised were you when you first heard that? Because obviously this isn't the first time. It's rarely that I'm able to tell you guys anything first. It's kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I'm here to yap about my perspective on it. It doesn't matter if I'm the first to talk about it or the last to talk about it. In the grand scheme, in the grand calculus of the YouTube verse. Actually, that's not true. Anyway, out of that rabbit hole, yeah, I was shocked. I was like, wait, what? Also, I love it. I think Sebastian Stan will make a great Harvey Dent. And then pairing him up with ScarJo, shit. And then there's the other aspects of that. Just first of all, the shock factor, and second of all, those two playing a couple. There's the fact that this could potentially have long-term implications about the future of Sebastian Stan and Scarlett Johansson in the MCU. I mean, Scarlett's basically been out for like 2 years or more at this point. Ever since the whole Black Widow thing, she's basically been out. I imagine she's going to take one more turn as the Widow, if not in Doomsday, then in Secret Wars. Probably only in Secret Wars. But I think she's going to be back. I think she's going to go one more again. I think she's going to do another one. And then that'll be it. Now, does this also mean that we're probably witnessing the end of Sebastian Stan's version of Bucky Barnes in these next two movies? Maybe. If I had to, like right now, fork to my nose, I would put the odds of this meaning that Sebastian Stan's run as Bucky has basically come to an end at around I would say probably about 60%. I think the odds are more in favor of that's what this is, that's at least, that this is an indicator of that. Sebastian has a pretty weird structure of playing dual identity villains or villain in Bucky's case. Yeah, true. I mean, experience counts. You're thinking Bucky's not long for this world, but we'll see. Well, it's less a question of how long Bucky himself is for this world. It's more specifically Sebastian Stan Bucky being long for this world. I think they are going to, among the rest of the Avengers team, he's going to be one of the ones that gets him recast, along with Steve, along with Tony eventually, and Thor. And, we're going to get a whole new crew of Avengers, basically, in this new phase. Imagine Steve losing Bucky twice, right? I mean, yeah, the Russos and McFeely have the opportunity to cause a lot of emotional damage in this movie. And I'm pretty sure that's the fucking goal. Damage to the characters and, frankly, to us. I think one of their big goals is to make us feel this shit, man. It's not just going to be big, dope-ass fucking action set pieces and shit. They have plans to make us fucking feel stuff. Like, in-game level feels, if not even more intense. I think that's one of their biggest goals for these next two movies, is to fucking grab us, dig their fucking fingers into our chest, grab our heart, and start playing around with it. I think that is one of the biggest goals they have for these next two movies. Yep. And then there's the other implication, which is that Reeves is racking up stars for his big old Batman movie. And Gunn is getting almost never heard of actors to play one of the biggest villains in Superman's Rogues Gallery. Bro, Reeves is making Gunn look like a bitch. At least that's how I'm seeing it. First ScarJo, now Sebastian Stan, whipping out the dents. Oh. And that's not all. Chat. Variety confirmed Barry Keoghan's Joker will be making an appearance in this movie as well. I like it. Now, I don't know. There's no telling how big a role he's going to play. I still feel like this is going to be more about Batman, the Dents, and the mob. What up, C-Dub? You all right, brother? You okay? Shit okay? Family okay? What's happening, man? I kind of personally hope he doesn't have that big a role. I've heard other people speculate, and I like their description of him basically having like the Hannibal Lecter role in Silence of the Lambs. Like, Batman goes to see him for insight, and of course, Joker will naturally take the opportunity to fuck him. Been a bad one. I'm sorry, man. Well, we're here for you, brother. We're here to distract. We are here to support. We're here to show love. Hearts in the chat for C-Dub. Reach. There we go. Practice what I preach. Oh, shit. Oh, is that where that got all the way back to? What the fuck? All right. Anyway. There we go. That's what it's supposed to be. Boom. Yeah. So, yeah, Hannibal Lecter style role in Silence of the Lambs, where Batten's in there, goes to see him. Oh my God. Bro. Holy fuck, dude. Goddamn. Sorry. I need a second. I wasn't expecting that. Jesus Christ. Brother, I am very, very sorry to hear that. That is. Yeah, there's literally nothing I can say other than, brother, I'm so sorry. Yeah, definitely. 100% feels like that. Just wait. Wait till the wind comes back, brother. That is awful, man. That is awful. All I'm going to say is, if y'all are feeling some kind of way at any time, just don't stay silent. And I'm just going to leave it right there. Just don't stay silent. If you're feeling some kind of way. Damn it. Yeah, we're going to need more hearts in the chat. Yeah, no, dude, dude. Never apologize for that shit. Yeah, no, you have no need to apologize. We are here for you. We are here to be the safe place for you to release, man. That's what we're here for. You don't have to apologize. Say what you need to say, man. Vent how you need to vent. We're here for you, brother. And that goes for all you motherfuckers. Whether you're live, lurking, replay. If you're a member of this community, we are here for you. Yeah, welcome back to chat, Executive Judge. Damn. Yeah, no, we are here. we're here for anyone in their time of need. That is one of the foundations of this community. It's something I want to make sure is well, that's one of the foundations I wanted to establish for this community from the beginning is, not to just be people we hang out with, get nerdy with, agree with, argue with, debate with. I want this to be a community where we fucking care when something bad happens to a member. Like, we're here, man. Like, we're here. And that goes for all of you. Doesn't matter. If you've been here forever, if you just showed up tonight, it don't matter. I'm building this community to be a community. Not a group, a community. A found family, as it were. So, yeah, brother. Much love, man. All right. Well, there's no smooth way to pivot back to the nerdy. So I'm just gonna do it. Like I'm not trying to minimize you, brother. You understand that, right? I hope you understand. But, yeah. So, goddamn. All right. I might need a second. This is kicking up all kinds of fucking memories. Fuck. I haven't lost anyone like that, but I've lost very, very much. All right. Yeah, not trying to minimize you, but, also let's get back to being distracted with nerdy shit. All right, bet, man. So, yeah, according to Variety, Barry Keoghan's Joker is coming back. And I agree with those who posit that he may take a... Yes, I'm kind of starting over, but I need to. I'll deal with it. Take a Hannibal Lecter-like role from Silence of the Lambs, where Pattinson goes to see him to gain insight into the mind of a killer. Presumably, in this case, Mrs. Dent as Holiday. And, of course, we'll have all kinds of fun dialogue with the Joker fucking with Batman's mind and yada, yada, yada. And that's pretty much all I want from the Joker, at least in this one. It needs to be about the Dents. It needs to be about Gilda. It needs to be about the Long Halloween story, if that's what it is. Now, I've heard people bring up that having Two-Face, obviously with having his face fucked up, and having this chonky faced, goofy, what the fuck, I don't even know what the hell this is, kind of version of the Joker is a little redundant, and I'm kind of inclined to agree. I don't really like this look for the Joker. Like, just in general. And then to have Two-Face already end up half looking like this, like basically this half. And I don't say that because there's more teeth exposed on this side. That's pretty much the only reason I say that. So, like, aesthetics aside, how do you guys feel about the Joker being 100% completely officially introduced as Barry Keoghan? Because, yes, we all saw that deleted scene with him and Batman facing off across an interrogation table. All we saw in the official cut was a silhouette. We didn't see all of this, right? So, this is really a full official introduction into Reeves', what did he call it, major crime saga? Yeah. Which the Long Halloween fits perfectly, by the way. because it involves mob, mob, mob wars, holiday killing mobsters of both the Falcone and Maroni families. Penguin's going to be in this too, representing what's left of the Falcone family. So we'll see who they bring in for the Maronis. Did they introduce a Maroni in the first Batman? Anyone remember? I don't. But yeah, so we're getting dents in the form of Sebastian Stan and ScarJo, probably. This is official. We are definitely getting Barry Keoghan Joker. And we're probably getting Gilda Dent doing serial killer shit as Holiday. And by the end of the movie, Sebastian Stan will have his face fucked up and he'll be Two-Face. And we'll have this guy. In some form or fashion. You're going to be in. How do you feel about all that stuff, chat? Still need to give the Batman a second chance because I was not a big fan. You know what, Brennan? I don't know how similar our tastes are, but let me say this. I have now watched the Batman 3 times, and I have liked it more each time. Like, I like the Batman more now than I did the first time I watched it. Joker's a bit too overexposed. Well, that's why he's in jail. They put you on lists for that shit. You should know. You're a judge. Somehow the Joker returns. Joker always returns, bro. That's like his thing. That one's going to hurt. What do you guys think about all the Joker of it, and the Sebastian Stan, and the Two-Face of it all, chat? Give me your final thoughts on that, and then we are going into predictions. Oh, yeah. Okay. You guys talked about the upcoming Doomsday trailer yet? Yes, we have. Oh, I know what it was, Brennan. Yep, we talked about that the upcoming one, and it's the fact that it's I, and that's about it. It's I. They definitely should have put that one third and the X-Men one fourth. I think pretty much everyone fucking agrees on that shit, or will no later than next Tuesday. Oh, exactly, dude. Yeah, go back and watch the replay when you can. We watched it. I attempted to break it down. That's what I do. I attempt to break it down. I'm nowhere near as good as it is others, but you know, I'm here to offer my perspective, and you guys, for whatever reason, come listen to it. So there you have it. Yeah, I 100% agree with that, though, dude. Like, fucking, yeah, I saw the leaked one, and like, obviously the video was janky, but even the audio wasn't that great. But you know, full video and audio upgrades where it should be. Oh my god, Ian McKellen, bro. That's all I got to say. Ian, motherfucking McKellen, can deliver a goddamn line. The end. Why should they have switched? Because X-Men trailer amazing, and next one not so much amazing. All right, chat. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm ready. Let us delve into the coming year 2026 in our nerdverse, and I shall offer my predictions as to how I think the shit gonna go. Because obviously Josh does that every year, and you know what? It looks like fun, so I'm gonna fucking do it. Call me a copycat if you want. I don't fucking care. Here we go. We're gonna begin with Star Wars, and I found this nice, convenient article on Star Wars Newsnet about this year's project. So they're right here in front of my face, which is very helpful for me. Okay, so everything coming to Star Wars in 2026. Looks like they dropped this article on Sunday. Okay, so coming up in 2026, one movie. The first movie in 6 years. Wait, 7 years. Almost. 6.5 ish. Between 6 and 7 years. First movie in between 6 and 7 years. And it is The Mandalorian and Grogu. Debuts on May 22nd. That's it. That's the movie we're getting this year from Star Wars. I mean, we've talked about it before. My opinion on it really hasn't changed. The trailers are fun, but, you know, okay, there they are. I mean, it's a fucking Mando and Grogu movie. For the first movie since Rise, this needed to be a fucking monster, a big spectacle-filled space wizards and laser swords and pew-pew movie on an epic scale. And we're getting a TV show, basically. Not the move, in my opinion. Not the move at all. But setting business strategy aside, just in terms of the movie itself, I mean, obviously I'm gonna go fucking watch it. I mean, overall, I like the Mandalorian show. Season 3 was fucking ass. But seasons 1 and 2 are really good, and the end of season 2 was fucking glorious. So, am I going to go see it? Yes. Am I super stoked? No. I mean, that's just how it is. I'm interested. I think it looks like a fun little popcorn movie, but I don't expect to get my mind blown. I'm just going to have fun, basically. But that's what we have movie wise. Mando and Grogu. On the Disney Plus side. Now, despite the slate listing that did not have Ahsoka Season 2 on it, the writer of this article is still going on the notion that we are getting Ahsoka Season 2 this year. The United Kingdom Disney Plus app still says Ahsoka 2 is coming out this year. Coming soon, 2026. It said it right on the screen. I've seen screenshots. So, at least for now, Disney Plus UK says we're getting it this year. This person says we're getting it this year. The official slate listing doesn't have it on there. So, will we get it this year? Has it been pushed to next year? We'll see. We're still waiting on an actual official announcement. So until we get that, no telling. Do I think we're getting it this year? Maybe. We already know what happened, C-Dub. Iger happened. Iger came in and fucked with the movies the way that he did with the OT and like, no, get them out now. Don't take your time and do the shit right. Just put movies out there. Now he came in. We haven't had a movie in 6 years. Get something on the goddamn big screen. John, do some shit. Behold. So, yeah, I don't know if it's actually gonna drop this year or not. I kind of hope so, but I also won't be upset if it gets delayed because let's face it, the ending as good as most of season 1 was, the ending was fucking whack, and they need to make sure they do it better this time. So, at least for now, we'll say maybe, and we'll see what happens. That's the only live action show sort of slated for this year. So we have one movie and one maybe live action show. And then we have animated. Maul Shadow Lord. Now this I'm looking fucking forward to, bro. I love me some Maul. I love me some Clone Wars Maul. I love me some Clone Wars animation. I'm sorry, this looks fucking pimp. Things more than that Iron Kennedy on their way out the door. Yeah, and like they haven't put a movie out in 6 fucking years. Think they want to go out as being the people that couldn't get a Star Wars movie on screen in six or more years? Hell no. There was no way in fuck that either of them were leaving before we got another Star Wars movie with them in charge. They would not. They would risk having their legacy partially tarnished by a shitty movie than tarnished even more by not being able to put one the fuck out. Trust. All right, so we have Maul Shadow Lord coming out sometime this year. They still haven't announced an official date. This is actually the Star Wars project I'm looking forward to most this year. Again, y'all know me. I love me some Maul. You know I love me some Clone Wars Maul. I'm stoked for this. Then we also have Star Wars Visions presents The Ninth Jedi. So, obviously, this is one of the most popular, I guess you'd call it, episodes of Visions. So popular, they decided to give it its own little show. And that is coming out again sometime this year. So I think this came out originally in the first season of Visions. Yep. Then they put a sequel in Volume 3, which I still have to watch in Volume 3. I haven't watched Volume 3 at all. I keep forgetting it's there. Honestly. But yeah, so we're getting a whole series based on the Ninth Jedi. Now, I need to go back and watch season 1, or at least that from season 1 again. But yeah, but if it's the one that I'm kind of vaguely recalling, then yeah, that one's dope. That's probably one of the ones I like the most in season 1. So we're getting that, and bring them potentially another Tales of miniseries. And here's their logic. There's no official word about this yet, but judging from how 2024 and 2025 went, we might get a press release in early April announcing that a 6-episode limited animated series will debut on May the 4th, titled Tales of Whatever, where a placeholder stood for Empire in 2024 and Underworld 2025. We will see. Is that really how they went? Early April, they're like, oh, hey, by the way, May the 4th, you're getting this shit. Like, of the same year. Is that really how that went? Wow. I don't remember that. That's crazy. Okay. Well, I was going to discount this completely, but if that's the case, then maybe. And it better be Tales of the motherfucking Sith. Or something cool. Like, they need to get back to laser swords. God damn it. My opinion is where the Filoni and Favreau are doing this just doesn't seem like something they would sign off on. Well, that's easily explained by the fact that if KK and Iger say they're doing it, they're doing it. It's not a question of whether they sign off on it or not. They're contractually obligated to follow fucking orders. And if Iger orders Kathy to order John to make a fucking movie just to get one out, then that's what will happen. And behold, Mando and Grogu. And then there's also some video games. There is Star Wars Zero Company with no release date. By the way, no release date, no release date, no release. The only fucking Star Wars project this year that has a release date is Mando and Grogu. Tales of Tatooine. Well, they already kind of did that with Tales of the Underworld. I mean, Tatooine is a very specific set of the Underworld, so that could still be cool. I mean, I'm down for more well done Jabba. Yeah, none of these things have a fucking release date yet. D23 is generally in the fall, though, isn't it? Like, they're going to have to announce something fucking soon. Losers. So, yeah, Zero Company. Okay, it's set during Clone Wars and will focus on an elite squad of characters fighting for the Republic. Among others, the team includes a Jedi, a clone trooper, a Mandalorian, and an astromech. Okay. That doesn't sound horrible. And then there's the Galactic Racer game, which will feature the return of Sebulba. I bet everything on the Sebulba. It'll be centered around racing sometime after the Battle of Jakku. No release date. No release date. Okay. So, that is Star Wars 2026, chat. Now, how do I see 2026 going for Star Wars? Well, let's begin with Mando and Grogu. Comes out May 22nd. Now, if you watch Josh predictions, he predicted that it would bomb to like not even quite making around maybe barely $300 million. Um, I do think this movie is going to 100% underperform, especially when compared to other Star Wars movies. Under no circumstances is it going to bomb as hard as Josh thinks. Zero chance. Zero chance. Star Wars still has too much of an international following for it to make that little money. We're looking at a Venom 3 situation here where it probably won't make shit here, but it'll make enough internationally to justify its existence. That's my prediction for The Mandalorian. Probably won't make much here, but international will keep it from being a complete and total embarrassment. But it's not going to perform well. I figure it'll make somewhere between. I keep waffling on this with myself. Pause. I think it'll do somewhere around Brave New World numbers, maybe Fantastic Four numbers. So like low to mid 4 at the low range and mid 5 at the upper. So like maybe 4 to 550. I guess I would have to say. That's what I think it's going to make. If that movie cracks 6, they should throw a fucking party. Like, international is going to help, but it ain't going to help that much. I don't think. So that's my prediction. Mandalorian and Grogu will make somewhere between $400 million and $550 million at the box office. Oh, it's definitely weird, Cito. You get an argument from me there. It's a complete weird choice. But it's, corporate fuckery. Again. Desperate corporate fuckery. Desperate corporate fuckery. So, all right. So that's what I think is going to happen with Mando and Grogu. It's going to make anywhere from $400 to $550 million. It will not be a Marvel's level bomb. No, that's how far the mighty have fallen, despite the unwillingness to admit it by some people. And by some people, I mean Lucasfilm and their glazers. But yeah, for the rest of us, no, that shit's fallen off big time, especially domestically. It hasn't lost it as much internationally, I don't think, but like around here, we think Star Wars really sucks. Round here, don't nobody give a fuck. As I smoke Skywalker OG. Hell yeah. I like that strain. And it's strain. The word is strain, not strand. God damn it. Perfect excuse to be pedantic. Thank you. The word is strain. It's strains of weed. Strains of viruses. Strains of whatever plant. It's strain, not fucking strand. Okay, I'm done. Yep. 400 to 550 million. Not a massive embarrassment, which I think is unfortunate because if this thing did a Marvel's level bomb, then like no one could ignore it anymore. Like they would look so disingenuous and so gaslighty and frankly just like a bunch of punk ass bitches if Mando and Grogu does a Marvel's level bomb and they continue to try and act like, oh no, Star Wars is in great shape. I think even at that point, they'd have to be like, God damn it. Fuck. We have to admit it now. There's literally no other explanation. Yeah. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll bomb that bad. Like, I just can't see it. Star Wars just has too much international appeal still. I mean, there's a reason Celebration Japan was fucking huge. Whether we actually gave a crap about any of the news out of it, your mileage may vary. But the fact is, that event was monstrous. And yeah, Star Wars is still doing way better internationally than it is domestically, and international is what's going to keep it from Marvel's level bomb. Ahsoka Season 2. Will it actually come out this year? Who the fuck knows? If it does come out this year, let's just say it will. I think it will be better than Season 1. Just like in general, it'll be an overall better TV show. Be better constructed. Tighter. Story will be better. All that shit. I think we're going to get a better product with Ahsoka Season 2. Now, in terms of how well will it perform viewership-wise, if it would have stuck the landing, I would have said viewership probably would increase. However, it did not stick the landing. So I think it's going to start off slow. But if Dave comes out swinging with this motherfucker, after the first 2, maybe 3 episodes, I think word of mouth could generate somewhat of a spike in viewership as the season goes along. But that's assuming Dave fucking cooked, like he's capable of cooking. Like that's kind of the caveat. That's like the prerequisite. But I think he has. I think we're gonna get a better put together show. And I think when it's all said and done, it's going to get decent numbers. I don't know. If he does it right, maybe the finale or maybe even the last 2 episodes could chart. It definitely ain't charting from jump. No fucking way. There's 0 chance it's going to chart from jump. I would be surprised. Okay, I can't say 0. Almost a 0 chance that shit will chart from jump. I'd be super pleasantly surprised, but I would be so shocked if that motherfucker charted from jump. I have a great deal of difficulty seeing a scenario in where that happens. I do think it can chart by the end. Will it? Unfortunately, probably not. I don't think it's going to chart. Did the first one ever chart? Season 1? If that charted, maybe I'll have to revise it. Oh, okay. So season 1 did chart right from jump. And then fell the fuck off. But it did hit 5 on the overall chart. So that's pretty fucking good. But then again, then it fell off, and then we had that finale. So yeah, it's not going to chart from jump. But since it did chart, I'm going to go ahead and say that Dave cooked, and it'll start off slow, but it'll pick up steam, and maybe I think the finale will chart, and I think the penultimate episode has a chance to. That's my prediction for Ahsoka, if it even comes out this year. If it comes out next year, I give it even greater chances of success because they've had more time to make sure the end isn't fucked up. Basically. Dude, that's going to be Filoni's movie. What you're describing is going to be Filoni's Avengers level Star Wars. That ain't going to be this movie. All right. So, if Ahsoka comes out this year, it'll start slow, pick up, and chart by the end, assuming Filoni cooks. If it comes out next year, just shove everything up a notch, and maybe the last 3 episodes chart. Maul Shadow Lord. I am excited for this show. How will it actually do viewership-wise? I think it'll do pretty well compared to Disney Plus's other animated Star Wars offerings in terms of viewership. Now, will it chart? Fuck no. 0 chance. But I do think it's going to be what I do think is going to be a quality show. And I do think it will do well viewership-wise when compared to the other Disney Plus Star Wars animated show. That is my prediction for Maul. Filoni cooked, and it'll perform well in its category, but not actually chart. Star Wars Visions presents The Ninth Jedi. I think that'll probably be fucking amazing, and I also agree with Josh that probably not too many people are going to watch that motherfucker. It might be one of the best things Star Wars has done that very few watch. I'm 100% with Josh on that. And then, if we do get another surprise announcement, like evidently we got the last 2 years of an early April announcement of an animated Tales of something happening on May the 4th. If it ain't Tales of the Sith, it ain't gonna do shit. The end. And I don't think either video game is going to perform that well. Hero Company or Galactic Racer. And there you have it, folks. My 2026 Star Wars prediction. How do y'all feel about Star Wars in 2026? Do you agree with my takes? Do you disagree with my takes? What do you think? Just don't think Favreau and Filoni would write, direct, and produce a Star Wars movie unless they have some shit up their sleeve. Those are the only ones to have a lock on time. I mean, that is a fair take. But if they do have something up their sleeve, it won't be anything as epic as what you proposed, I don't think. And I think that's mainly because Filoni is saving that for his Star Wars Avengers movie to seal up the Mandoverse portion of the time. But excuse me. But however, I do think your point is very valid, and I will say you've convinced me to be a little less skeptical about the possibility of them sneaking something cool. I still have a ridiculously significant amount of doubt that it'll be anything as cool as you proposed. Again, I think Dave's saving most of that shit for his grand movie. That is his magnum opus. Tales of the Droids would be great. It'd be fun. I don't know if it'd be great, but it'd be fun. The Secret Origin needs to be set up by Doomsday. True, but Doomsday is, in and of itself, extremely epic. And even if they did slide some cool shit in there, this movie is just not built to be epic. It's a small-ass movie. Like, even if they slid some cool shit in at the end, the movie itself still will not be or even feel epic. Am I making any sense? You are making very fair, very logical points. I just think Dave is going to save his big bullets for his movie. And frankly, I don't think they were given enough time to do anything super epic anyway. Like this movie, they just announced this motherfucker in like 2024, right? Up-to-date info. That way I can adjust my takes appropriately. January 2024. Okay. January 9th. So 2 years ago tomorrow, they announced that movie. Okay. Cool. So I thought it was later into 2024, but yeah. Partially optimistic on Star Wars. I'm optimistic for Maul, and I'm just hoping that everything else will be good enough. I mean, Ahsoka needs to be epic. I'm hoping that could be epic, but I'm also I'm not convinced it's coming out this year. And honestly, if they delayed it just to, if they did a Marvel and delayed it for a while to make sure it was fucking dope, then I'm here for it. Oh yes, of course one can hope, C-Dub. Rebellions are built on. Never forget that. Okay. Star Wars. Check. Next, DC. So we have, and if you want to count this, we have technically 4 DC products coming out next year. I don't know where My Adventures with Superman falls. Is that in? I don't think that's outside Guns continuity. I think Ahsoka is a lock in Mando. I can see that. Towards the end, I can see that. Yeah. I mean, they have history, so I can see them sneaking some Rosario in there. I can buy that. I can definitely buy that as a legit possibility. I agree with you on that one. I don't know about 92%, but I will go personally. I will go as far as to say, now that you bring that up, I would say there's a reasonable chance. That's only as far as this guy. Makes sense, especially with season 2 coming out after the movie. Yeah, that's another good point. That's another good point. And no, I'm not just sucking ass because of what's happening. You're making legit good points. Frankly, it's fucking annoying. I gotta pee. Then we're gonna talk DC. This is the Skywalker OG that abides in your soul. You know what? Noise. All I can say is noise. All right. DC has 4 projects total coming out this year. 3 Gunverse, 1 Elseworld. We'll begin with the Elseworld, and that is My Adventures with Superman. The Force is letting you see the future. Makes sense. Makes total sense. So, My Adventures with Superman Season 3 comes out this year. I have never watched it. I've seen people have good opinions on it, but I have never watched it, so I really don't give a fuck. I've never watched it. I've never looked into it. I have no idea how it's performed to this point. I don't know how popular or unpopular it is. I don't know shit about this show. Any of you guys watch My Adventures with Superman? Anybody? Adventures of Superman is good, says Brooke. All right. You haven't seen it? Okay. Well, it's on the list. So, well, Brooke, let me ask you. Are you looking forward to Season 3? And do you have any idea about... I don't really care about how it's performed. But what's your level of excitement for Season 3 of My Adventures with Superman? You are excited for it? Cool. Not a 1 in the chat, so no. Nice. What's your hype level for Season 3, Brooke? Probably 7 out of 10. Okay, cool. All right, well, so that's coming out. I don't know shit about it, but Brooke says it's good. My Adventures with Superman Season 3. Okay, now to the DCU projects, a.k.a. Gunverse projects that come out this year. We have, in probable order of release at this point, although maybe not, we have Supergirl, we have Lanterns, and we have Clayface. I am looking forward to Supergirl. Not a big fan of the Guardians vibe that was slathered all over that first trailer. I will say that. But even with that being a thing, that trailer, I am still very much looking forward to this movie. I think they could probably generate more hype by going completely away from that Guardians vibe and actually leaning into the tragedy that is that story. I mean, we're talking about a Kara Zor-El that is roaming the galaxy, visiting star systems with red suns so she can get hammered all the time because of her watching her planet get fucking destroyed and being, at least in the comics, being stuck on a chunk of it for quite some time. Years. Right? We're talking about a highly, highly, highly mentally fucked, super emotionally traumatized Kara Zor-El. And instead of bebopping around to Blondie, they need to lean into that shit, like, and actually do the next trailer, leaning into the tragedy, delving farther into some of her more tragic moments, with appropriately tragic music behind it, preferably scored orchestral music. And then, of course, there's Momoa as Lobo. What more do I really need to say other than lean into that in the marketing as well, and you could possibly generate some hype. Because let's face it, this is, and I'm about to talk reality, whether we like it or not, this is the current state of things, and this is a bad, bad time for a Superman derivative character that is also female to have a movie coming out. The landscape has shifted and is continuing to shift. And the window in which that movie would be the window's passed in which this movie would be received by a greater number of people. Like that window's gone. All gone. And so there could be some box office problems mostly because of the timing, and also partially if they keep this stupid ass Guardians type marketing going, then that's gonna also drive people away. Those that weren't concerned with the female lead aspect of it, that were still gonna go see it, that don't care about that shit. What up, Brutal? That don't care about that shit, but they could still easily be put off by, like, gunning all over this, even though he knows who wrote and directed it. But he's still the studio head, so if he wants gunness in it, he fucking gets it, because he's the fucking co-president of the studio. That's how that shit works. So yeah, the timing of this movie is a bit bad. So we'll talk about how I think it's going to perform in the box office, and that's obviously going to be part of the consideration in the prediction. But I am personally looking forward to it. I also think if they want to maximize whatever profits are out there for this movie, they need to adjust their marketing strategy. So, 3-hour board meeting. God damn, that sucks ass. Dude, I don't care if you're late, you showed up. You showed the fuck up. That makes me happy. So, that's Supergirl. And let's go ahead and stay theatrical. We also have the Clayface movie coming out this fall. More anticipated Supergirl, Clayface, Supergirl. By far. I have not that I don't, okay. First of all, Clayface as a character is actually pretty cool. I like Clayface as a character. I like his tragic past. I think he's cool. I think if his abilities are fully utilized by his writers, he's a bad motherfucker. Clayface as a character is cool. Clayface as the lead of a movie is fucking dumb. I said it when this news first came out. What the fuck are you making a Clayface movie for? And not putting Batman in it. Have we not heard of the SSU? I mean, did we miss Sony's continuous failures at trying to make villain movies without the hero in it? Morbius, Madam Web, Raven. The only one that came close to getting with that was Venom, and that was diminishing returns every time. Fucking Venom 3 needed international to save it. So yeah, the the track record of making a villain movie without the what would be the villain's op, aka the hero, in the movie, is fucking dumb. Sony proved it like 4 or 5 times over. But yet, DC and James Gunn are giving us a Clayface movie this fall with no Batman. Am I the only one who thinks Clayface could make a good movie, but it feels too soon? Yeah, the concept of a Clayface movie is not bad in and of itself. Establishing Batman first, as you say in your next message, yes, I 100% agree. Give me the hero, then bring in the villain. Yeah, once you get the villain established, and especially if you can get him established as a dope villain, then yeah, then you can give them their own little solo as kind of an aside. Okay, here's a little fun thing happening. But to put it out when they're putting it out, in the situation they're putting it out in, dumb. Now, I think the movie as a movie could be good. Don't get me wrong. I don't know if I'm going to go see that shit in the theater or not. I will make that decision this fall. I am going to go see Supergirl, though. That's for sure. But yeah. We're getting a Clayface movie, and I'm not excited. I'm curious. That's about the best I can say about how I feel about Clayface. Personally. And then, on HBO Max, we get Lanterns. This, I'm looking forward to. Even though there's a good chance they're going to be referencing a fucking squirrel lantern. Damn you, Gunn. Can't you stay out of fucking anything? Yeah, this show is going to be gritty, grounded, been compared to True Detective, that kind of thing. That I'm fucking looking forward to. That little bitty teaser we got, I think was cool. I think it looks like Kyle MacLachlan's Hal and Aaron Pierre's shit. I hate my brain sometimes. What's Aaron Pierre's Lantern's fucking name? All my brain is giving me is Jason Todd, and I'm like, that's not it. I can't. Oh my god. What the fuck is his name? No, Aaron Pierre's Lantern. The other one. John Stewart. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. I think Kyle MacLachlan's Hal and Aaron Pierre's John had good chemistry in that little teaser. It looked like it. So, and I just think the concept of the show, while having space cops mostly being on Earth is, if they do it right, I don't think people are going to care about that much. And we know we're getting fucking Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner, and they're dropping F-bombs left and right. That's been confirmed. So that'll be interesting to see how they handle him, hopefully by punching him in the face. Either with their actual fist or, with a construct. Whatever. I just want to see Guy Gardner get slapped one time. Big old, fuck it. Make it a construct. Big old green, full on bitch slap mollywop shot. Bow! Full spread. Bow! Just give me that once. I'll be happy. Well, see, here's the fun part about that, C-Dub. That Clayface movie was going to be a Matt Reeves movie. Although I don't know how well a grounded Matt Reeves Clayface would go when, Clayface is kind of in his nature not more fantastical, I should say. He's more fantastical than grounded. So I don't know how well that would have gone. I'm kind of glad Gunn snagged Clayface for himself. Not because I like Gunn's overall sensibilities, but Gunn is definitely more capable of keeping Clayface the fantastical character that he is than Matt Reeves. Yep, we have Clayface, Lanterns, and Supergirl. Prediction. Supergirl. Supergirl will be a good movie. Supergirl will be an entertaining movie. Supergirl might even be better than we think. This will not be reflected in the box office. I think Supergirl is going to perform in the same range I said Mando and Grogu will perform in, which is $400 to $550 million. If they do the marketing right, they might be able to creep up on 6. But Superman barely cleared 6. I don't think Supergirl's going to. Yes, but that was on a TV show after he was introduced in the movie. It was movie first, then Penguin, then fucking awesome Penguin show. Pete Quinn. I love that fucking show. Don't get me wrong. I love that show. I thought that show was great. But he was introduced in the movie first. As he should be. All right, so yeah, Supergirl. Going to be a really good movie, I think, that's going to really underperform. I mean, I would say I'm a huge fan of Reeves' Batman movie, but I've watched it 3 times, and I've enjoyed it more upon each watch. Which means I'll probably watch it again in the next few months. Like, real talk. Yeah, so Supergirl, underperform. Again, in the same range I think Mando Grogu is going to perform in, which is $400 million to $550 million. But I think it's going to be good. Clayface. I think Clayface has a chance to be actually like a good movie. Like, as a movie. I think it could be a good movie. It's going to be made for super cheap, so it's even got a good chance at actually turning a box office profit. It's definitely not going to blow the doors off of the box office, but they're making it for like, what, 40 million is the number that's been bandied about, and I haven't seen a different one. So even if this movie does Marvel's numbers, barely cracking 200 million on a $40 million budget, that shit just made like 100. That thing just made $110 million in profit. If it even hits 200 million. So, you know, from a strict profit perspective, Clayface is actually probably going to do well from that perspective. From an overall box office perspective, it probably ain't going to make shit. It's definitely not going to be any kind of blockbuster. So I think it's going to be a good, probably not great movie. But I think because of its minuscule ass budget, I think it's going to perform at the box office and actually make a profit. Will it make enough of a profit to count for more than like being handed 75 cents when you have a $20 bill? No. But, you know, from a strict business standpoint, it'll make money and that'll make it successful. So, oh, you know what I forgot to do? Let's kick back to Star Wars real quick. Just in terms of an overall 2026, it ain't going to be great for Star Wars. I mean, even if the Disney Plus shit's good, that's still not enough to move the needle overall. It's basically going to be all about Mando and Grogu. And yeah, I don't think Star Wars is going to have that good a year. DC. Just like last year with Superman, I think this year is going to be good enough. It's not going to be outstanding. It's not going to blow the doors off. But I think it's going to be good enough. When you think about DC as a bargain basement Nolan and a bargain basement Feige trying to work together, kind of. I mean, kind of. Kind of, yeah, actually. So yeah, Star Wars, not going to have a good year. DC, it'll be good enough. Any further thoughts on DC before we plow through this Marvel and get out of here? Because I'm creeping up on 4 fucking hours. I told y'all to bring the lube because this is going to be girthy. This bitch is girthy. All right, time for the Marvel of it all. Let's start with your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man Season 2. I'm very much looking forward to this. I fucking love Season 1. Don't know when it's coming out. But I'm looking forward to it. And this is in no particular order. Spider-Man Brand New Day. And, of course, who the fuck isn't stoked for Spider-Man Brand New Day? Silly motherfuckers. That's who. Fucking Punisher, Hulk, Department of whatever the fuck that is. DODC. I can't remember what. Department of Damage Control. Whoever the hell Sadie Sink's playing, probably Jean Grey. Don't know for sure. Yeah, this movie is going to be big. It's going to be fun. Remember, they filmed a lot of practical action, so it's going to look good. I mean, it's Destin Daniel Cretton, guy who directed Shang-Chi, and we know how awesome the action was in that shit. So I think we are in for a big motherfucking epic movie. Even though it's street level, it's still going to be big and epic with amazing fucking action. A pretty good story. I think we're in for a fucking treat. Punisher special. I mean, it's fucking John Bernthal co-writing and co-producing the Punisher special, done his way. And adapting one of the most violent storylines to exist in Punisher lore, featuring Manucci. I can't remember the actual name of the book. I just know it's like crazy violent even for a Punisher book. So, and we all know how much John Bernthal loves the character. We know he was not going to do Born Again until they reduced the fuckery around his character a great deal and around the show. So we owe him a lot of thanks for even, yes, a lot of what we got was, a bit whack. But without him, a lot more of it would have been whack. So thank you for sparing us what you were able to spare us, Mr. Bernthal. Really appreciate it. Penguin is to DC as Andor is to Star Wars. Oh no, Penguin actually is DC. Andor is in Star Wars. It's a sci-fi show with a Star Wars sticker. Anyway, as long as no Shathra. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was complete misdirect from Marvel and/or Sony. Yeah, so Punisher special, John Bernthal, massive fan of the character, co-writing and co-producing a Punisher special based on one of, if not the most violent Punisher runs to exist in comics. Period. There's literally nothing bad in this scenario. X-Men 97 Season 2. Very much looking forward to it. Little cautious about it. Little cautious because it's not Bo, it's the homie from What If doing the writing. And I hope, and I also kind of think that the homie from What If is a smart enough to creative to know when he's literally been handed a bag of gold. And by that, I mean whatever Bo had already set up for season 2. Penguin is DC adjacent. Dude, Penguin is like Batman Rogue Gallery OG. I mean, he's not DC adjacent. He's like wallowing in DC. He probably has the DC logo on his underwear. Sorry, give me a second. That last hit kind of weird. Glitch. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, a little cautious about X-Men 97 season 2, but I think more hope that the What If writer that came in to take that shit over realized what Bo had left him, which in my opinion is the equivalent of a big old fucking bag of gold that all he has to do is spend it the right way, and we should be good. Wonder Man. Don't care. Like really, I don't care. I'm gonna give it a shot. It comes out a couple weeks, 3 weeks, just under 3 weeks. It comes out. They're dropping all 8 episodes at once. So I think the argument can be made that Marvel's like, yeah, fuck it, here you go. Although if they were fully in that mode, they would have dropped it last month like they were gonna instead of pushing it to this month. I still have no idea what the fuck they hope to accomplish with that. I mean, if they were worried about it getting drowned out by Stranger Things and all that other shit, well then, it's not really going to matter. You get to debut it underneath Stranger Things, you can debut it on your own. I don't think you're going to get that. I don't think you're going to get any kind of significant uptick in viewership by pushing it till the end of January where it comes. Like, the general audience has never even fucking heard of Wonder Man, so they're not showing up for this shit. A fair chunk of the Marvel fans is highly sick of anything that they know for sure was conceived of and or produced during phases 4 and 5, which this show squarely is. Yeah, I don't know who the audience is for this show, so we'll see. Vision Quest. Don't know when that's coming out. We know, obviously, Vision. We know we're getting James Spader back as Ultron. We're getting Ultron's girlfriend, whose name escapes me again, in there. We're getting Tommy being found. And the show was showrun by Terry Matalas. Oh, my bad, C-Dub. And it was showrun by Terry Matalas, the genius behind Picard Season 3. And again, I will bring up the fact that Jeff Snyder reported that Marvel was so impressed with what he did with Vision Quest that he's now in the running for the Nova show whenever they decide to get that back up. Now, on the face of it, that's encouraging. They're like, God damn, he did that good? Maybe we'll give him this shit. Now, that sounds awesome until you remember the fact that Marvel was shocked by Quantumania's reception and they thought they had a hit. So there's that kind of, there's that too. So, and there's also like, supposedly there's now a chance, because y'all remember that leak concept art for Secret Wars where Star-Lord and White Vision were hanging out on the couch. There's, I would call it at best speculation. I wouldn't even put this at rumor status. Thanks, C-Dub. But noise is starting to happen that maybe, I doubt it, highly doubt it, but maybe we'll get a little bit of Pratt at the end. We'll get a reference to that concept art. We'll see. I have many doubts, but we'll see. So that's Vision Quest. And then, of course, what else? Brand new day. Oh, yeah. Born Again Season 2. Daredevil. Born Again Season 2. We all remember the mixed results that Season 1 was. Some people loved it. Not sure why they would say they love it, but there are those out there. The usual suckasses who, you put a sticker of their favorite brand on anything, they'll just lap it up. There were those that liked it. There were those that thought it was okay. There were those that were kind of like, they really could have done a better job. And then there were those that fucking hated it. And unfortunately, the larger percentage of people that watch it fall in like the mid to negative category this year. Like, I didn't hate it. I thought it was decent. But I definitely don't argue too terribly much with its more hardcore detractors because there's really no point. The show wasn't good enough to try and defend against those people. I mean, I don't think it was as bad as they think it is, but that's also not a hill I'm going to choose to die on because it would really be a waste of my motherfucking time. Don't waste my motherfucking time. She's got a great ass. You got your head all the way up it. Fucking love that. Okay. So, yep. X-Men 97 Season 2. Wonder Man. Punisher. Yeah, Born Again Season 2. Obviously, Season 1 was what it was. But we got all those cool set photos. Black suit. Big old double D's. Who doesn't fucking love big old double D's? It's looking like Karen's going to be heavy in the mix in this show. We got those reports recently that there will be ninjas. So, yeah. Season 2 is shaping up to be much better than Season 1. Like, all the way through, consistent all the way through. Done from start to finish by the people who did the first 20 minutes of Episode 1 and the last 2 episodes of Daredevil Season 1, Born Again Season 1. The good parts, or the almost unquestionably good parts. So, yeah, Born Again Season 2 has a not that high bar to cross to be better than Season 1 and a shit ton of potential based on what we do know about it. I am very much looking forward to Born Again Season 2. And of course, the creme de la creme, Doomsday, comes out this year. I mean, I don't know what more I can say about Doomsday. We gush about that motherfucking movie all the time. Right? So, my predictions. Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man Season 2. I predict that it will be as good, if not better, than Season 1. Viewership-wise, it might increase, but I don't think the first one ever charted. This one ain't going to chart. And let's be real, it's super difficult for anything animated to chart on Nielsen. Super, super difficult. At least on the original or overall chart. There might be a specific animation chart where it would fucking chart, but on the charts that really matter, it ain't making it. But I do think it's going to be as good, if not better, than Season 1. And I think while it won't chart, I think viewership overall will go up for that show. Born Again Season 2, pretty much the same. Wow. I would be willing to bet large amounts of money that I borrowed from the mob at an astoundingly high vig, even for a mob loan. That Season 2 will be better than Season 1. I think it has a good, if it's as good as it seems like it's going to be, I think, like Ahsoka, it definitely ain't charting early, but it has a chance to chart late. I definitely think viewership's going to go up. And so I predict a much higher quality show, and that by the end of it, viewership will reflect that, and I give it a chance to chart probably for the finale. X-Men 97 Season 2. I still think it's going to be good. I think the writer that's on it now, while on their own not that great, I think they're at least smart enough / skilled enough to recognize quality when it's staring them right in the fucking face. So I think Season 2 is going to stick mostly with what Bo already set up and basically go how Bo wants it to go. Season 3 is another fucking story, but we'll talk about that next year. So my prediction for Season 2 is it will still be pretty damn good. Don't know if it'll be as good because, again, it won't be Bo finishing everything off. Like exactly how he would. So I don't know if it'll be quite as good as Season 1, but I do think it's still going to be really fucking good, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Wonder Man. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm not doing a watch party for it. They're dropping them all at once. I don't know if I don't think I'd be doing a watch party for it, even if it was weekly anyway. I think I'm going to go ahead and say we're all on our own for Wonder Man. Watch at your leisure, or don't watch at all, whatever your pleasure. I'm gonna watch the first episode, see what I think. I don't expect to be impressed. I mean, I hope to be pleasantly surprised. But I have no excitement, barely any curiosity. I'm gonna give it a shot just because I'm fair-ish like that sometimes. And we'll see where it goes after I watch the first episode. But how do I think it'll do? I think barely anyone's going to watch it. The GA general audience has no clue who the fuck Wonder Man is, nor do they care. I think a fair chunk of the Marvel audience is tuned out of anything that even smells of Phase 4 or 5. So most of them are going to not bother with this shit. So yeah, I think it's going to be an okay show that barely anyone's going to fucking watch. Punisher special. I predict that the Punisher special is going to be fucking amazing. But it's a one-time thing. It's not a series. It's probably not going to chart. But I do think it's going to do bigger numbers than a fair chunk of people would anticipate. And I don't think it's going to blow the doors off the viewership numbers, but I think it's going to do pretty well, and I think it's going to be really fucking awesome. So I predict a really good special. borderline amazing. That's going to end up doing decent viewership. Vision Quest. I think it's going to be a good show. I have faith in Terry Matalas. He was the only one that really did pick the Picard show justice, and he did it in the final season. Thank you, Terry. So I think Vision Quest is actually going to be a good show. I don't know that it's going to be an amazing show, but I think Vision Quest is going to be a good show. I also think not a whole shit ton of people are going to watch it. Like, honestly, I think Disney Plus stuff, Marvel's going to have a much easier time redeeming itself in the theater than they are in Disney Plus. Now, a massive theater redemption could cause some people to be like, maybe, not the shit that's already out, but maybe the next project that they put out after this movie, I will give it a chance. But outside of that, I think we're looking at yet another pretty good show that not a lot of people are going to watch. Spider-Man Brand New Day. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to blow the doors off. I think people are going to shit themselves when they see this movie. I think people should wear their brown pants to the theater. And I think this movie is going to make anywhere from $1.3 to $1.6 billion. I mean, Spidey, Hulk, Punisher, probably Jean Grey, a nice assortment of basic Rogues Gallery villains, and the Department of Damage Control beginning its morph into a full-on, what will probably become a very anti-mutant agency in the next time. Yep. And then, of course, Doomsday. I think Doomsday, I think Marvel cooked hard. I think Doomsday is going to be epic. I think it's going to be epic in scale. I think it's going to be epic in spectacle. And I think it's going to be epic in the way it grabs us in the feels. I think it's going to be epic all around. I think it's going to be amazing. I think it's going to open pretty well. I think word of mouth is going to get out fast. And I think this movie is going to crush it. Now, as Josh mentioned, there are some people who think it's going to be lucky to make 700, or think it's only going to make like between 7 and 800 million. And then, of course, there are the Robert Burnett Myers and Campies of the world who think it's going to make like 2-3 billion or more. I am here to tell you that I agree with Josh that I think both those groups are on motherfucking crack. And those that are lowballing it, I think, are vastly overestimating the baggage of Marvel. I think those that are thinking it's going to make all the money are also underestimating the baggage that Marvel has. It all comes down to the baggage, folks. I think Doomsday is going to throw away all the baggage, but I think the multiverse stench will keep it from going completely balls out, and I think Doomsday is going to perform in right around the same range as Spider-Man, 1.3 to 1.6 billion. Could go a little higher, could go 1.7, because it is, after all, the number one most anticipated movie in China this year. And if China decides to show up, yeah, 1.3 to 1.6, maybe 1.4 to 1.7. But yeah, it's not hitting 2 billion. It's definitely not hitting 3 billion. Now, next year when we talk about Secret Wars, I'll be much more willing to talk massive numbers like that. But not for Doomsday. Doomsday is unfortunately the movie that has to overcome everything, and it will, and it'll still make bank. But that having the fact that it has to overcome all this shit is why it won't make the kind of bank that Campia and Robert Meyer Burnett think it will. But it's also going to be easily strong enough in its overcoming to make much more than 7,800. That is my prediction for Avengers Doomsday. Now, those are our big three, but that's not all the nerdy content we get this year, folks. Is a Marvel project, but is from Sony. We do still have the Nicolas Cage Spider Noir show coming out this year on Prime. I'm looking forward to that. I like me some Cage. I like me some Spider-Man. I think that show is going to be pretty fucking good. I don't know how well it'll perform on Nielsen. I think it has a chance to chart on the original. I don't know about the overall. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Spider Noir. I think it's going to be good. I predict that it'll be a really good show with decent viewership, with a chance to chart on the original chart, but not the overall. I'm very much down for Spider. There's also Invincible Season 4 coming. I think Invincible Season 4 is going to cook. I think they made a really good comeback with Season 3. I think they're on the upswing. If I recall, this is about the point in time where it pops off in the comics. So that works out. We're getting that original storyline that's not in the comics with the demon dude. His name escapes me. So yeah. I'm predicting Invincible Season 4 will be borderline amazing. And I think it will perform well on the original chart, and I think it'll crack the overall. Not sure how high up. But I think Invincible, even though it's animated, is going to be good enough to definitely crack the original. And maybe even squeeze onto the overall in like the 8 or the 9. And then, of course, we also have the final season of The Bizoids, season 5. The final season for The Bizoids. I'm very excited for this. And I'm not going to be changing my tune much about this as I did for Invincible. I think Boys Season 5 is going to be awesome. I mean, especially for Supernatural heads, because we're getting Padalecki and Misha Collins guesting, cameoing up in this bitch. So a nice little Supernatural reunion. Which of course makes sense because Kripke's the one that did Supernatural. I'm kind of shudder to think of what Supernatural would have been like if it wasn't being made on the CW, which obviously means Kripke was very reined in as compared to what you can get away with on point. I mean, Kripke's a fucking freak. Let's just be real. Kripke's a freak, but he's my kind of freak. I love The Boys. I think Season 5 is going to be fucking awesome. I think it's going to perform well, viewership-wise. I will admit to being a bit trepidatious about the ending, but that's only because it seems like no one can stick a goddamn landing in Hollywood at all anymore. So I have a minor concern about that, but setting that aside, Boys Season 5 is going to be dope, and that'll be reflected in the viewership. And then on the theatrical side, there's also The Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. I mean, it's fucking Nolan doing Greek mythology. It's going to be amazing, and it's going to make a pretty good amount of money. don't think this will happen, but I would not put it out of the realm of possibility for the Odyssey to be a $1 billion movie. I'm not saying it will be, but I'm also saying don't rule that shit out. I think it's going to be a solid 800 million or so movie. Probably right around what Jurassic World made, mid to high eights. Could crack low 9. Outside shot at $1 billion. But I think it's going to be amazing, and I think it's going to make a fair fucking chunk of money. Anything else? I think we have a pretty comprehensive list there. So there we go, chat. So my overall predictions for 2026 for nerdy content, the nerdverse in general, is 2026 with a few little exceptions. Mostly Star Wars. I think 2026, when it's all said and done, I think you'll be able to call it Nerdvana. I think we are going to... Last year, we ate a lot, but I don't know that we ate well. This year, last year we went to Golden Corral. We went to a cheap ass shitty, buffet. This year, it's still going to be a buffet, but it's going to be the buffet at the fucking Bellagio. Bro. High quality food and a ton of it. We're not just eating a lot, but we're eating good. We're eating quality. 2026 is going to be a Nerdvana. That is my prediction for the overall year of 2026. It will be a Nerdvana. There you have it, folks. All the news, all the predictions. Final thoughts, because I'm at 4 hours and 10 minutes, and holy shit. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to know your feelings. I just want them at a reasonable pace. Is all. John Berthold's one of the greatest humans ever. Fucking love that guy. He does seem to be a really awesome dude. I'd move to his neighborhood if he told me where it was. And that's probably why he will never tell you where it is. Nah. Actually, though, if there's anyone worth inviting into his neighborhood, it is you, Brutal. You're a dope motherfucker. You're all dope motherfuckers. I love this community. I got so lucky with y'all. Like, real talk. I got lucky with y'all because you're all a dope motherfucker. Let me just say that while you guys are compiling your final thoughts, to drop a whole bunch of messages in the chat. Let me know what you think about everything. Hint. Type stuff into the chat. Daddy needs the engagement. Let's go. Chop, chop. Come on. See? Just that easy. Oh, thank you, C-Dub. I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. That really, really, really does. You motherfucker, don't make me get my goddamn Kleenex out. Pretty excited, Brooke? Nice. Me too. Overall, me too. Like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Star Wars. But, yeah, I am overall excited about 2026. Thanks, man. Really appreciate it. All right. Seriously, though. Like, any final thoughts? Because if not, I'm getting the motherfuck out of here. I've been doing this a while. Oh, thanks, Brooke and Brennan. I'm glad you guys are part of this group. I am grateful for all of you. So, all right, well, I'm getting the hell out. because we're creeping up on 4.25 hours of this. In case you can't tell, my voice get a bit hoarse. So, much love to you guys. C-Dub, thoughts and prayers, brother. You do what you need to do. You vent when you need to vent. You be stoic when you need to be stoic. But don't bury it. Process it. And we love you, man. I love all y'all. You guys, again, you guys are the dopest community out there. I appreciate all of you. Like, most of you literally just spent fucking 4 hours with me on a Wednesday. That's fucking nuts. I can't believe you guys do this shit. It's fucking amazing. So thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed this ridiculously girthy stream. And hope you guys have a good rest of your week. We'll see you right back here Saturday night at 10. Dude, we're here for you, bro. However we can help. So, all right. Much love, y'all. Thanks for being here. Come back Saturday at 10. And thanks for hanging for so very motherfucking long. You guys are the best. Bye. Oh, shit. Talk about girth. We got all the girth here in the basement, motherfuckers. Wish you could be more involved, Brennan. Dude, you show up to the stream and you hang out and you share your thoughts. That's all you gotta do, bro. You are involved, man. You are involved. So, thank you guys. 4 hours and 15 minutes. Y'all are nuts. And I appreciate it, hanging here for so fucking long. Or even if you weren't here for the whole, even if you just rolled in 5 minutes ago, thank you for being here. You're the best, and I appreciate it. Come back Saturday at 10. We'll go over what the fuck happens between now and then. Little rhyme for your time. Okay, I'm done. Much love, y'all. Thanks for being here. Y'all are the best. And as we finish off our week, remember, wherever you're at and whoever you're with, always keep it nerdy. Much love, y'all. Always grateful for you. Peace.